Chapter 633. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what grade of weapon the bronze drum was, he was certain that it was at least a half-step holy artifact in its current state. Otherwise, how could it have an artifact spirit? Ling Xiao had studied the bronze drum for a while. In the end, he discovered that the bronze drum only needed to be infused with spiritual energy to unleash its power. There didn't seem to be any special requirements. However, the bronze drum required an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Ling Xiao had tried it a few times, but with his current spiritual energy, he could only unleash 3 attacks from the bronze drum at most before he couldn't unleash its power any further. It was clear that the bronze drum's consumption was quite shocking. Dong dong. The sound was like the sound of war from ancient times. It was very shocking to hear. Zai. Sky suppression drum. It's the sound of the sky suppression drum. The remnant soul in the cave shrieked, as if it was very familiar with the sound of the drum. Is the sky suppression drum referring to this broken drum? Ling Xiao asked in his heart as he beat the drum. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think. A few more rays of light shot out from the cave. This time, the power was much more terrifying than before. It was likely that even a heavenly venerable would have a hard time withstanding it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was fast enough. As he dodged the attacks with the bronze drum in his arms, he gathered all his strength in his palms and struck again. As the sound of the drum fell, a giant with eyes as large as a bell appeared in the cave. It was holding a giant drum in its hands, as if it would only be satisfied if the cave was broken. Bastard, I'm going to cripple you, you lowly commoner. The voice was incomparably furious. It roared, and the shadow of a golden dragon roared out from the cave. Roar. An 8-clawed golden dragon charged out with unparalleled might. This golden dragon was many times more powerful than the one Gu Xiaohe had unleashed. It was like a real dragon had appeared in the world, and the cave was about to be broken. It was also at this moment that the giant's eyes widened. Its thick arms raised the drumstick and smashed it against the giant drum. Dong. The sound was like the roar of an ancient ferocious beast. And it was also like the beating of war drums in an ancient battlefield. The sound was deafening, and it shook the heavens and the earth, causing people to feel as if they had returned to the hot-blooded era of the ancient battlefield. Ling Xiao's strength was much greater than Wen Huang's, so his attacks were naturally much more powerful. As the sound of the copper rang out, Ling Xiao's ears, which had long been shut off, began to buzz incessantly. The 8-clawed golden dragon that was about to reach him was pulverized by the sound of the copper. The golden dragon's spear naturally fell to the ground. Not only that, but the cave also began to explode. Rumble. The powerful sound waves were greatly amplified within the cave, and the surrounding restrictions were finally unable to withstand the endless reverberations of the sound waves, and began to collapse. Ling Xiao was already dizzy from the shock of the bronze sound. Normally, such a situation would not occur even when he was practicing the sound of the copper drum in the open space. Now that the cave was too narrow, the sound of the copper drum had nowhere to vent, so it naturally reverberated incessantly in this place. The rock walls in the surroundings began to collapse, and Ling Xiao, who was completely defenseless, was smashed into unconsciousness by the falling boulders. Before he collapsed, he could still hear the hoarse voice cursing in exasperation. You little bastard, you're so ruthless. I'll definitely make you die a horrible death. Outside the mountain, Gu Xiaohe, Gu Yufei, Bu Qing, and the others who were lucky enough to escape were already thousands of meters away from the mountain. They looked at the mountain that had suddenly exploded, and their expressions became incomparably horrified. This mountain had not been destroyed even through the chaotic times of war, but now it began to collapse with a thunderous sound of the drum. A series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, as if the sky was about to collapse. When the sound disappeared, the mountain seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not even a single piece of stone was left on the ground, and there was only a vast expanse of flat land, as if the mountain had never been there in the first place. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He disappeared. Impossible. Gu Xiaohe's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife, and she murmured in discomfort. Bu Qing thought that he was referring to it, and she immediately nodded and replied, Yes, this remnant soul is too powerful. I don't know what method it used to move this mountain away. Gu Xiaohe did not reply to Buqing, and she only sat on the ground in a daze. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "He did it to save me, it's all to save me, that's why he died." Sob sob. Gu Xiaohe suddenly burst into tears, and Buqing was extremely puzzled. After all, only the two of them had entered the cave. And now that they had both come out alive, why were they crying so sadly? A figure suddenly appeared in Buqing's mind. Could it be him? Gu Yufei recovered a little, and he comforted Gu Xiaohe. "Little sister, don't blame yourself. I think Brother Ling is a good man and he will be fine." But Gu Xiaohe wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something. The explosion just now was simply earth-shattering, and even a heavenly venerable would not be able to withstand it. Could he really still be alive? After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly regained consciousness. Hiss! Ling Xiao's body had just moved a little, and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only now did he realize that he had been crushed by a huge rock, and a few of his ribs were probably broken. Fortunately, his condition was not too bad. Ling Xiao circulated the ancient emperor's divine art to repair his damaged organs, and balls of golden light flickered incessantly. Gentle spiritual energy flowed out of his five-colored dantian, and it continuously soothed his meridians and nourished his organs, activating the regeneration effect. Ah! After Ling Xiao's injuries had recovered a little, he let out a loud shout, and the aura around his body shook, shattering the huge rock into pieces. Ling Xiao crawled up and immediately swallowed a few pills. Then he quickly circulated the ancient emperor's divine art to speed up his recovery. At the same time, he kept the bronze drum that had landed beside him. Did that guy disappear? Ling Xiao realized that he could no longer sense the fluctuations of the remnant soul's power, but he still felt a little uneasy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the big cave, he saw the golden dragon spear that had fallen to the side. With a grab of one hand, the golden dragon spear automatically fell into his hand. This is a sacred weapon. Could it be that only members of the Gu family can use it? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the ordinary-looking golden dragon spear. He had seen Gu Xiaohe and the remnant soul use this golden dragon spear before. Its power was really terrifying, but Gu Qingfeng couldn't use its full power, so he wondered if this golden dragon spear required some kind of secret technique to be used. Ling Xiao didn't have time to study it, so he could only put it away. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of Gu Qingfeng's half-step sacred weapon and space ring. In addition, the battle armor and golden spears of the 4 dried corpses were also collected by Ling Xiao one by one. After doing all this, Ling Xiao cautiously walked towards the 3 caves. However, Ling Xiao still didn't dare to walk towards the cave on the left. The danger index there was too high, so he had to be cautious. He chose the cave on the right. The bone dragon had escaped from this cave, so he didn't know what was inside. This cave was much more spacious than the cave mansion outside, but without the illumination of the pearls, it was extremely dark. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had his green eyes, so he could see everything in the darkness with just one glance. There weren't many things in this cave mansion. There were golden scales scattered on the ground, which seemed to be real dragon scales. In addition to these dragon scales, there was also a pair of golden horns and a bead. These things all exuded a faint golden light, and it seemed that they didn't have much energy left. Ling Xiao grabbed one of the scales and carefully examined it. He was immediately pleasantly surprised to find that it was indeed a real dragon scale. Dragon scales were top-grade divine materials for artifact refining. If they fell into the hands of a saint artifact master, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be refined into sacred-level defensive armors. Dragons were from the god race, so their dragon scales had the powerful defense of dragons. It wasn't something that ordinary profound artifacts or spirit artifacts could break. Although Ling Xiao wasn't an artifact refiner, he still had some common sense. It was just that he couldn't determine whether these dragon scales were the dragon scales of a flood dragon or real dragons. After all, there wasn't much difference between the two, and he had never seen a real divine dragon before. Without a second thought, he put away the huge pile of dragon scales. He didn't have any use for these dragon scales, but if he took them to the auction, there would definitely be many artifact refiners who would fight to the death to get them. After keeping the dragon scales, Ling Xiao picked up the pair of golden horns that were as tall as a human. This pair of golden horns was like a deer's antlers, with 2 forks. It didn't seem to be anything special, but the glistening golden light emitted a noble color. The warm color flowed into Ling Xiao's palm, making him feel like he couldn't bear to part with it. It's a pity that it's of the metal attribute. I don't know if it's useful to this little dragon. If it's useless, then I'll refine it into a top-grade pill. It should be of great help to my ancient emperor mystic art. Ling Xiao sighed lightly and put it away again. From some ancient books, Ling Xiao had read about some divine beasts, and among them, there was a saying that this dragon horn could be used to refine pills. It was said that after the pill was refined, it could strengthen the body and physique of a person. It was just that the alchemy manual didn't mention anything about this. So Ling Xiao didn't know whether this dragon horn could be used to refine pills or not. However, he cultivated the ancient emperor mystic art, so he believed that this golden horn would be of some use to him. Finally, Ling Xiao picked up a fist-sized bead. This bead didn't emit a golden light like the dragon scales and dragon horns. Instead, it gave off an incomparably clear and bright light. Although this light wasn't strong, it gave off an ancient aura. Within the bead, there seemed to be a sparkling little dragon swimming around. It looked nimble and agile, making people feel that it was quite magical. This shouldn't be a beast, Dan. Could it be? Could this be the legendary dragon pearl? Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably shocked expression as he looked at the bead and muttered. Chapter 634. According to legend, at the beginning of the ancient world, before humans were born, the 9 great beasts were born. These 9 great beasts could be said to be the ancestors of all spirit beasts. They were the creatures that existed at the beginning of time. They all had the ability to fly in the sky, burrow into the earth, and swallow the clouds and spit out the rain. These 9 great beasts were now known as the 9 great mythological beasts. These 9 great mythological beasts were True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Qilin, Golden Crow, Hundun Kuan Peng and Taotai. Each of the 9 great mythological beasts Tenbin had its own original power. Their original power had its own shape, and the power they represented was also different from the Tenbin energy. The original power of the dragons was the dragon pearl that they nurtured. They were the true essence of the divine dragon, and their beast Dan was only a small part of it. The Vermilion Bird clan used its crown feather as its original power. The Black Tortoise used its tortoise shell as its original power. The White Tiger used its tiger tooth as its original power. The Qilin used its Qilin horn as its original power. Ling Xiao excitedly held the warm pearl in his hand. He could confirm that this was a dragon pearl, and what he had just harvested was definitely the dragon scale and dragon horn of the dragons. Although the dragon pearl was not as rare and precious as the heavenly pearl, it was definitely not much worse than them. Although Ling Xiao did not know what benefits the dragon pearl had for humans, he knew that it was absolutely a great thing for the strange beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. As long as they swallowed the dragon pearl, even if they could not really transform into a true dragon, they could still greatly improve their bloodline and advance into a sage-level high-level spirit beast. They could also obtain the Tenbin inheritance of the dragons. For the spirit beasts, there was no better gift than this. This time the little dragon is lucky. It seems that it will not be difficult for it to evolve into a true dragon. Ling Xiao murmured happily. Then he carefully put away the dragon pearl. If he was not in the cave, he really wanted to discuss it with the blue flood dragon first. Ling Xiao walked around the cave once more, and when he didn't find anything else, he went back to the cave in the middle. The cave was blocked by a few rocks. Ling Xiao had to move the rocks away before he could enter. Waves of corrosive air came out of the cave, and the stench caused Ling Xiao to hold back his sense of smell. Inside the pitch-black cave, under the scanning of Ling Xiao's green eyes, everything was clearly visible. So many emperor pills. Ling Xiao exclaimed with his mouth wide open. He couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw the emperor pills on the ground. He couldn't believe that there were so many emperor pills here. On the ground of the cave, round emperor pills were scattered all over the ground, looking like worthless stones. Ling Xiao roughly estimated that there were at least 400 to 500 of them. Damn, how many emperors must have died to gather so many emperor pills? Ling Xiao couldn't help cursing. Every emperor pill represented the fall of a mystic emperor. If there were hundreds of emperor pills here, didn't that mean hundreds of mystic emperors had died? Ling Xiao couldn't help thinking about how many emperor stage masters had died in this ancient battlefield. The number was quite terrifying. What kind of existences are the 4 great imperial dynasties? Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't remain idle either, sweeping his space ring and quickly collecting these emperor pills one by one. Apart from that, Ling Xiao also saw some weapons placed on the rock walls around them. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. There were sabers, swords, spears, hooks. They were all covered in a thick layer of dust. Yang Kai could only see their shapes, but he couldn't tell if they still contained any spiritual energy. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a gust of wind blew over, blowing away the thick layer of dust. Xiao xiao. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered, and the colorful brilliance illuminated the cave. It was as if one was in a dream. Good treasures. Ling Xiao licked his lips and exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Just by looking at this luster, Ling Xiao could conclude that these weapons were absolutely extraordinary. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed a tiger-shaped broadsword in his hand. Then, a wisp of spiritual energy gently poured into the broadsword. Roar! A tiger king instantly soared into the sky and let out a terrible roar. The cave mansion was shaken by this powerful energy, causing a lot of stone fragments to fall. This tiger king didn't dissipate, and it looked no different from a real tiger king. Its majestic appearance caused people to involuntarily feel afraid. A half-rank sacred artifact. Ling Xiao's mouth opened wide as he exclaimed again. From this tiger form that didn't dissipate, this was definitely a good item that had reached the level of a half-rank sacred artifact. Ling Xiao gently touched the hilt of the saber, and looked at the several ancient characters engraved on the blade. He knew that this saber was called Tiger Crescent. Those dried corpses should have once been terrifying experts. Otherwise, how could they have collected so many treasures? Ling Xiao sighed. After Ling Xiao put away the Tiger Crescent, he picked up a fire-colored longsword. As he poured his spiritual energy into it, a firebird suddenly appeared. Its power was no less than that of the Tiger King. It was also a half-rank sacred artifact called Flying Fire. After Ling Xiao inspected the 12 weapons, he put them away with satisfaction. These 12 weapons were actually all half-step sacred artifacts. This was simply a huge harvest. It had to be known that none of the 18 great powers could take out so many half-rank sacred artifacts. As expected, one who survives death is bound to have good fortune. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. This trip had really been a fruitful one. However, not everyone had the ability to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Ling Xiao carefully inspected the abode once more. After confirming that there was nothing else, he left. Ling Xiao walked to the cave entrance on the left and hesitated about whether to enter or not. It had to be known that the remnant soul of an emperor-rank sacred artifact was inside. If the remnant soul faked its death, then wouldn't he be like a sheep walking into a wolf's den? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. After struggling in his heart, Ling Xiao decided to go in and take a look. This cave was the main cave, and the truly good things should be inside. If he didn't go in, then he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. However, before going in, Ling Xiao still put on a set of armor. This armor was also a half-rank sacred artifact, and its defensive capabilities were quite powerful. Although Ling Xiao had a powerful physical body, he didn't dare to be careless when facing the remnant soul of an emperor-rank sacred artifact. Putting on this armor was just a double layer of insurance, just in case. Ling Xiao held a shield and a sword in his hands. His whole body was covered in blue flames as he carefully made his way into the cave. Previously, he had used the green pupils to get a general idea of the situation inside the abode. However, when he really entered the cave, he still felt extremely shocked. This place was completely different from the other 2 abodes and the hall outside. This cave dwelling was very spacious. It was about 10 meters wide on both sides, and more than 10 meters high from top to bottom. There were countless top-grade pearls in the surroundings, illuminating this place. There were layers of simple and unadorned golden light screens on the surrounding rock walls, illuminating this place like a royal palace. At the front of the abode stood a mighty man wearing a dragon-patterned golden robe. When Ling Xiao first saw this man, he felt as if he was still alive. He almost turned around and ran out. Fortunately, Yang Kai suppressed his fear and looked at the man again, only to find that he was no longer breathing. This man wore a golden crown on his head, and had an extraordinary face. His golden eyes seemed to still be moving, and his gaze was like a king looking down on the world. It was incomparably majestic, giving people the urge to kneel and worship him. He covered the arrow that had pierced through his chest with one hand while his other hand was gripping something. It wasn't difficult to guess that he was originally holding the golden dragon spear. This corpse hasn't decayed, and it doesn't have a foul smell. It's amazing. Ling Xiao observed for a moment, and found nothing unusual, so he couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Ling Xiao looked around the cave, and found that there were no treasures around, causing him to feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly fixed his gaze on the dead golden-robed man. His gaze fell on the man's 10 fingers, and he found that there were indeed traces of a spatial ring on one of his fingers, but the spatial ring had disappeared. Ling Xiao thumped his chest heavily, revealing an extremely pained expression as he wailed. Damn it, someone from the Gu family came in and took away his spatial ring and golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao was very smart. Before he fainted, Gu Xiaohe had taken out the golden dragon spear, which immediately attracted the attention of the remnant soul here. Listening to the remnant soul's words, it seemed that the golden dragon spear originally belonged to him. It wasn't difficult to guess that someone had successfully entered this place and left without a hitch. However, he didn't know why the Gu family ancestor didn't take away the things in the other 2 abodes. However, when he thought about how rich this noble man's spatial ring was, the things in the other 2 abodes seemed much more ordinary in comparison. It was no wonder that he didn't covet those things anymore. Ha! What's this? Ling Xiao was just about to leave in disappointment when he saw an old container beside the noble man. The container was covered by a lid, so he couldn't see what was inside. Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate anything in this place. Who knew? There might be some treasures that he had missed out. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and reached out to open the lid. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Xiao touched the lid, a strong repulsive force came from the lid. Pooh! Ling Xiao was sent flying like a cannonball, and he only stopped when he crashed into a rock wall. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao shouted as he suppressed the churning blood in his body. He didn't expect this container to have a restriction, so it wasn't hard to guess that there must be something good inside. Ling Xiao became excited again. He took out the soaring fire sacred sword, and tried to forcefully destroy the restriction on the container. At this time, Ling Xiao was attracted by the container, so he didn't notice that the dead man's eyes seemed to flash with a golden light. A golden light silently pounced towards him. Chapter 635. Ling Xiao raised the flying fire sword and fiercely slashed at the container. He had controlled this attack very well, only using 50% of his strength, for fear that he would destroy the treasure inside the container. Ding! The flying fire sword slashed open the container's lid. Before Ling Xiao could see what it was, he felt a pain in his knowledge sea, and a hoarse and ferocious voice sounded. Damned lowlife, you almost made my soul scatter. Since you can't use your main body anymore, give your strong body to this king. This voice was the emperor-level remnant soul that had fought against Ling Xiao and the others. It had almost been destroyed by the sky suppression drum, and it had lost most of the soul power it had absorbed. It was afraid that this lowlife would attack it again, and if that happened, it would be very difficult for it to survive. Therefore, it had been hiding in its main body, not releasing any aura fluctuations, so that Ling Xiao couldn't sense it. Now while Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, it instantly flew out of its main body and entered Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. After the golden light entered the knowledge sea, it immediately transformed into the face of a middle-aged man. This face was the same as the face of the mighty man outside. When it saw that Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was so vast, and then looked at the pure and vast spiritual liquid, it couldn't help but laugh. Good fellow, such a big knowledge sea. It's almost as vast as this king's knowledge sea in the past. Let's suck his knowledge sea dry first. This is a great tonic. It didn't notice the existence of the gray and blue beads in the other corner, and it opened its mouth to absorb Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid. In the blink of an eye, A lot of Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid was absorbed, and the face became more and more excited and greedy, and it couldn't help but speed up the absorption. It's comfortable enough, isn't it? A lazy voice sounded. The middle-aged face didn't turn around, and lightly replied, "Not bad." After saying that, it paused and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Ling Xiao looking at it with his arms crossed. "I didn't expect a lowly commoner like you to be so calm. Have you accepted your fate?" That gloomy face looked at Ling Xiao and faintly said, "Haha, you remnant soul, no matter how awe-inspiring you were when you were alive, now that you've fallen into my hands, you're the true lowly commoner," laughed Ling Xiao. Although a lot of his spiritual fluid had been absorbed, it had not hurt his foundation, so he was not afraid to talk to the human face. "How dare you be impudent to this king? Once I absorb all of your spiritual fluid, wipe your sea of consciousness, and occupy your body, let's see if you can still smile then." The face said faintly and began to absorb the spiritual fluid again, as if it did not care about Ling Xiao's existence. "Humph, you still want to continue sucking, you are too greedy." Ling Xiao coldly snorted and immediately mobilized his spirit liquid. All the spiritual liquid transformed into countless sharp blades that pierced towards the face. "You actually know how to attack with spiritual force." The remnant soul was very surprised to see the spiritual fluid that was attacking it. However, the remnant soul was extraordinary. It could actually form a defensive shield that blocked all the spiritual force attacks. Ling Xiao looked at the golden defensive shield that appeared in front of the remnant soul in astonishment. He really did not expect that the remnant soul would have such a magical method. It could actually block the spiritual force attacks, which really surprised him. "Hee, your spiritual force attacks are not bad, but it's still far from hurting me. If I hadn't been injured by the heaven-suppressing drum just now, I would have completely killed you now." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. Then he opened his mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao, obviously wanting to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao did not show a panicked expression. Instead, he even had a strange smile on his face. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao's calm smile and for some reason, felt a sense of unease. It thought to itself, "What kind of tricks can this lowly person have? He must be pretending to be calm." However, just as it approached Ling Xiao, a burning sensation hit it, causing it to immediately stop pouncing towards Ling Xiao. "What's that?" the middle-aged man exclaimed as he hurriedly retreated. He saw Ling Xiao playing with a blue flame in his hand. He looked at it with a playful smile on his face and said, "Come here, as long as you devour me, my body will be yours." The middle-aged man's expression immediately became extremely ugly. "I forgot that you have the heavenly fire. Good boy. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. I pray that you will continue to be so lucky." After saying that, it quickly fled out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The heavenly fire could burn anything, and the heavenly fire happened to be the nemesis of souls. Once it was touched, it would immediately be finished. "Since you're here, don't leave," Ling Xiao said lightly. Immediately afterward, a ball of blue flame appeared around his sea of consciousness. Just as the soul was about to burrow out, the blue flame suddenly burned, causing it to scream in pain from the scorching heat. "No, you damned lowly person, quickly let this king out." The face appeared again, its face distorted as it roared at Ling Xiao. "Hee, you've absorbed so much of my spiritual power, you should at least show me something." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a faint smile, "Tell me, what do you want to show me? I'll give it to you." The face immediately agreed and said, right now, it had to trick this kid into letting it out. Otherwise, if it really died here, it wouldn't be reconciled to it. And this attitude is not bad. My request is not high, you can definitely do it. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied expression. "Tell me, no matter what level of Xian skill you want or what secret you want to know, I will definitely tell you everything." The face replied nervously. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and said, "I don't need any of these, I only need your soul." "Boy, are you playing with me? Do you know who this king is?" The face suddenly became angry and exclaimed, "I only know that you're a remnant soul, nothing else." Ling Xiao said lightly, "This king is the king of the Kim people's dynasty. If you know what's good for you, Then let this king go. The face roared in shock, and a supreme power suppressed towards Ling Xiao. The Kim people's dynasty? Ling Xiao ignored the pressure of the face, and replied in a daze. The face revealed a proud expression and said, "As long as you let this king go, I can tell you the high-level purple tier or even brown tier Xian skills. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, this king will not let you go easily. No matter who you are, but you have no right to challenge me here." Ling Xiao responded faintly, and then began to mobilize the surrounding heavenly fire to wrap around the face. Don't. You damned lowly commoner. Quickly let me go. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. The face constantly cried out in fear. However, it discovered that the blue flames only wrapped around it, and did not destroy it. Unexpectedly, runes condensed from mental power were imprinted on it. Are these high-level mental runes? What are you trying to do? The face became more and more uneasy as it roared. It was now compressed into a corner by the heavenly fire, and did not dare to move. It could only watch as those mental runes imprinted on its soul. You actually want to absorb me? No. Don't let me go. I can serve you as my master. The face constantly cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to send out mental runes. Many runes wrapped around the face, making it difficult for it to make any sound. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh of relief, and then he immediately sat down cross-legged while a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "There's a path to heaven. Yet you refuse to take it. Yet you insist on taking it when there's no door to hell. You just happen to fulfill my wish." Ling Xiao closed his eyes and started to absorb the emperor-rank soul with all his might. The strength of an emperor-rank soul wasn't like an ordinary soul. Moreover, the strength of this soul was a few tens of times stronger than the two quasi-emperor-rank souls he'd encountered earlier. Ling Xiao was sure that this emperor-rank soul had already attained the high or peak emperor rank. He couldn't understand why he had to bitterly guard that useless body of his. It should have been easy for him to possess someone else's body and be reborn, so why did he have to bitterly guard that useless body of his? Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter, and he felt that everything would be understood once he completely absorbed the soul energy. Ling Xiao used an entire 7 days and 7 nights to completely absorb and refine the emperor-rank soul. His mental fluid had actually increased by a few times, and it was practically filling up his sea of consciousness. Looks like I only need to absorb 1 or 2 more quasi-emperor souls to fill up my sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao murmured with satisfaction. However, when Ling Xiao thought about how there should be many more souls in the chaos abyss of war, he wasn't satisfied with just filling up his sea of consciousness. That would be a huge waste of resources. However, once his mental fluid reached a saturation state, the only way to increase it would be to expand his sea of consciousness. Expanding one's sea of knowledge wasn't an easy task. The only way to expand one's sea of knowledge was if one's strength advanced, or if one focused on using soul power to expand it bit by bit. That way, one could also expand one's sea of knowledge. But no matter which method it was rather slow, so the last method was to use some kind of spirit herb that was useful to the sea of consciousness to expand it. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to use spirit herbs to expand his sea of consciousness. He needed to slowly digest all the memories of the soul, and not let it disappear. Ling Xiao sat there for another half a month before he completely assimilated most of the useful memories of the soul into his own. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a joyful smile. "I've really made a killing this time. I didn't expect this guy to really be a prince of the Kim people's dynasty, and also the younger brother of the Kim people's emperor from 100,000 years ago. Haha, the entire ancient emperor divine art is here. This is awesome." Ling Xiao didn't expect that the soul energy he obtained this time was actually related to his cultivation of the ancient emperor divine art. This time, he finally obtained the true version of the ancient emperor divine art. With this, he could unleash the true power of the ancient emperor divine art, and cultivate it to its most perfect state. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was really happy. At the same time, he finally understood why the Gu family could cultivate the ancient emperor divine art like him. It turned out that there was a secret that no one knew about. Chapter 636. The ancient emperor's divine technique was the secret of the Kim people's royal family. Only the direct descendants of the Kim people's royal family had the right to cultivate it. Moreover, one had to possess the royal bloodline to successfully cultivate it. It could be said that the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine technique was the exclusive secret of the Kim people. Even if others obtained it, it would be impossible for them to successfully cultivate it. Then why could Ling Xiao and the Gu family members cultivate it? Ling Xiao unraveled the mystery from the remnant soul's memory. It turned out that 5,000 years ago, an ancestor of the Gu family had also barged into the cave on this mountain. The elites from various forces had also entered with him. The situation was similar to this time. Most of those who entered the cave were killed by the remnant soul. Only the ancestor of the Gu family had survived. As for the ancestor of the Gu family, he had only survived because the remnant soul had given him a chance. Why was the remnant soul so merciful? It had mainly placed its hopes on the ancestor of the Gu family to be reborn. This matter had to be traced back to the battle at the Chaos Abyss 100,000 years ago. This remnant soul was originally a prince of the Kim people's dynasty. People called him the Zhan Prince. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. He was only half a step away from the holy emperor realm. He had already cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the highest level when he was alive. He only needed to destroy and rebuild to complete the step of immortality. However, he was domineering, fierce, brave, and good at fighting. He loved to lead troops to kill enemies. The Kim people was the strongest dynasty at that time. The other three dynasties were merely their subsidiary dynasties. In the battle at the Chaos Abyss, the three dynasties had joined forces to attack the Kim people's dynasty. The Zhan Prince had led nearly 1 million troops to fight against 1.5 million troops from the three dynasties. In this battle, the four dynasties had suffered heavy casualties. Countless elites had fallen. In that battle, the Zhan Prince had fought 3 high-level sages alone, and was undefeatable. The battle between the 4 of them had been earth-shattering. They had almost flattened the Chaos Abyss. In the end, even though Zhan Wangye killed those 3 saints, he himself was heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, every single one of his subordinates were ferocious existences, and all of them were extraordinary experts at the half-saint realm. They protected Zhan Wangye as they carved out a bloody path. They opened up a cave in the mountain and set up restrictions to hide themselves. They would kill their way out after Zhan Wangye recovered from his injuries. However, no matter how well they hid, they were eventually found by the people from the 3 great empires. The 4 Vajra warriors engaged in another fierce battle with the enemy. In the end, the 4 Vajra generals killed countless enemies, but they also exhausted their spiritual power and resources and died. Zhan Wangye's physical body had yet to reach the undying body realm, and the saint-tier arrow that had struck him had destroyed his heart and absorbed a large amount of his essence blood. His dantian had been shattered a long time ago, making it difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Zhan Wangye knew that it was difficult to avoid the disaster, so he relied on the last bit of strength he had to recover from the external injuries on his physical body. After that, his soul left his lifeless body on its own. There was a price to pay for severing the connection between the soul and the physical body. Even though Zhan Wangye had reached the half-step Holy Emperor realm, he was still greatly injured. His soul power had fallen to the peak of the Emperor rank. Of course, with his soul's current state, he could simply find a cultivator who was weaker than him and invade his mind to revive. However, Zhan Wangye was a king of the Kim people's empire. His status was extremely noble, and his bloodline was extremely noble. Naturally, he did not want to use someone else's inferior physical body to revive. He wanted to find a spiritual item that could condense his dantian, reconstruct his dantian, activate the power of his bloodline, and return to his original physical body. Apart from that, he also hoped to cultivate the ancient emperor divine technique to great success through this revival, and achieve the undying body. Thus, he waited in the cave for the experts from the Kim people's empire to come and rescue him. Unfortunately, after the battle at the chaotic abyss of war, the 4 empires all suffered heavy losses and could not recover. At this time, some of the smaller empires took advantage of the situation and split up the territories of the 4 empires. The Kim people's empire was the largest, so it was naturally attacked by many forces. In the end, it almost suffered the fate of being exterminated. Meanwhile, the chaotic abyss of war was also isolated by a spatial formation from the other empires, sealing it forever. Zhan Wangye's beautiful dream of waiting became a distant dream. 10,000 years ago, someone broke through the spatial formation. Only then did descendants enter the chaotic abyss of war from time to time. However, Zhan Wangye discovered that they were all weak cultivators. No one could help him find spiritual herbs or elixirs to reconstruct his dantian. Almost all the martial artists who had entered his immortal's cave were killed by him. Time passed, and Zhan Wangye knew that if this continued, his soul would dissipate sooner or later. However, as a member of the imperial family, he could not let go of his proud bloodline to invade a lowly commoner's body to revive. He would rather die than do that. 5,000 years ago, the arrival of the Gu clan's ancestor gave him hope. This was because the Gu clan's ancestor had a pure metal attribute and cultivated tenbin to an extremely high level. More importantly, his attribute was to the Zhan Wangye's liking. Therefore, the Zhan Wangye came up with a plan, which was to take the Gu clan's ancestor as his disciple. Then, he would tempt him into finding heaven-defying spiritual herbs or elixirs to reconstruct his dantian. The Gu clan's ancestor being able to survive was already a great fortune. On top of that, he was taken in as a disciple by a remnant soul, so he naturally accepted him as his master without any hesitation. However, the Zhan Wangye's thoughts were not so simple. He was afraid that his disciple would never return after receiving his teachings, so he specially modified the Kim people's ancient divine art chant, which became the Diamond 5 transformation technique that Ling Xiao later cultivated. The Diamond 5 transformation technique fell into the hands of the Gu clan's ancestor, which made him overjoyed. After all, the Zhan Wangye told him that as long as he cultivated it to the grand completion stage, he would obtain an immortal body. The Gu clan's ancestor immediately vowed that he would do his best to find the spirit herbs or elixirs that the Zhan Wangye needed. This was how the Gu clan's ancestor obtained the golden dragon spear and the Zhan Wangye's space ring. The Gu clan's ancestor was not a fool. After he obtained these things, he did not plan to resurrect the Zhan Wangye. After all, once an old monster like the Zhan Wangye came back to life, he did not know if the Zhan Wangye would become a threat to him. As for the golden dragon spear, he decided not to return it. However, the Gu clan's ancestor did not know that the Zhan Wangye had tampered with the Diamond 5 transformation technique and left behind an undetectable hidden injury in his knowledge sea. The Gu clan's ancestor originally had a chance to become a super master of the saint rank, but in the end he was disturbed by the hidden injury during his breakthrough, causing his heart demon to grow. His breakthrough failed and he died on the spot. The Zhan Wangye waited for the Gu clan's ancestor for thousands of years, but when the Gu clan's ancestor returned, he realized that he had misjudged him. As such, almost everyone who entered the cave mansion was killed by it. Gu Xiaohe returning with the golden dragon spear was naturally sensed by the Zhan Wangye. If it were not for Ling Xiao saving them, the Zhan Wangye would never have let them go. This was basically the cause and effect. However, Ling Xiao could not understand how his old master had obtained the ancient sovereign divine art's mnemonic chant. Could it be that his old master had met someone from the Gu clan? Or had there been some kind of fortuitous encounter? As for the reason behind this, Ling Xiao could not continue to delve into it. Fortunately, I now have the complete mnemonic chant. Otherwise, if I continued to cultivate it, I'm afraid something would go wrong. That was really dangerous. Ling Xiao sighed heavily as he muttered to himself. It turned out that the Diamond 5 transformation technique that he cultivated, if not for Savage Leopard accidentally seeing it, would not have known that this was the ancient sovereign divine art of the Kim people. Moreover, it required the royal bloodline to cultivate. Afterwards, he had used the Flood Dragon's blood essence to condense his bloodline, which could be considered as taking the right step and barely meeting some of the requirements of the divine art. Otherwise, if he had forcefully cultivated it, he would not have been able to reach this step, and would have already died from life destruction. Now, the complete version of the ancient sovereign divine art did not only have the 5 transformation technique, but a total of 7 transformations. In addition to refining skin, refining meridians, refining viscera, refining bones, and refining blood, the other 2 transformations were refining consciousness and refining soul. Refining consciousness was a kind of mnemonic chant to cultivate the spiritual see's defense. Once it was cultivated to the large success stage, it could prevent the spiritual see from being invaded by foreign objects. It had the effect of consolidating the spiritual see and helping in cultivation. At the same time, it could also form a defense in the spiritual see that could block any kind of spiritual attack. Don't underestimate the role of refining consciousness. It looked simple, but Ling Xiao knew that this transformation was extremely important and precious. Any martial artist had to use the spiritual see to reach the state of unity of human and human, speeding up the speed of spiritual energy absorption. When breaking through, they also needed to have a strong spiritual sense to help increase the chances of breaking through. The other role of defending the spiritual see was even more amazing. Any martial artist knew that the spiritual see was the most vulnerable part of everyone. Once the spiritual see was damaged, it would affect the fate of a martial artist for the rest of their life. Refining consciousness could form a powerful defense in the spiritual see. The importance of this role was self-evident. This was also the key reason why Ling Xiao was unable to destroy the Zhan Wangye's soul when he used his spiritual force to attack the Zhan Wangye. In the past, the Zhan Wangye could cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art to the large success stage. Ordinary spiritual force attacks could not cause any damage to it. Ling Xiao cultivated the soul-controlling art. Although it was a secret spiritual force attack method that reached the god level, it did not have a spiritual see defense method. The 6th transformation of the ancient sovereign divine art was the icing on the cake. If he met someone who cultivated spiritual force in the future, he could still defend himself even if he couldn't beat them. Then he would have one more way to save his life. As for the last transformation, spirit refinement, it was the last transformation of the ancient emperor's divine technique. That was the real transformation. It could allow the body to reach the most perfect state. Whether it was combat or recovery ability, it was absolutely abnormal. However, this transformation was also the most difficult to cultivate. Since the establishment of the ancient sovereign divine art, no one had successfully cultivated the last transformation, except for the first supreme elder. Because in order to achieve the large success stage of this transformation, one must experience destruction and then reconstruction, and be restrained in a deathly situation before they could successfully cultivate it. The danger of this transformation could be imagined, so not many people after Kim people dared to take this step. After all, the conditions required were too harsh. The last 2 transformations were still a little far for Ling Xiao. Right now, he had to recultivate the original ancient sovereign divine art, or else he would regret it if he left behind any unpredictable hidden injuries in the future. Chapter 637. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the utensils he had opened. There were only some solidified golden objects in the vessel. From the Zhan Wangye's memories, Ling Xiao knew that this was the essence blood the Zhan Wangye released before he severed his connection to his physical body. This was so that when he was reborn, he would need it to activate his bloodline. Zhan Wangye, the good stuff you left behind has helped me. Ling Xiao licked his lips as his eyes lit up. In order to cultivate the true ancient sovereign mystic art, one needed the Kim people's royal bloodline. This was because the Kim people's dynasty used to be so powerful. The first-generation Kim people's ancestor cultivated the ancient sovereign mystic art to the highest level and successfully activated their bloodline's ability. The Kim people's direct descendants all benefited. The Kim people's bloodline had an extraordinary origin energy. It was not something normal people could understand. Now that Ling Xiao had obtained the true ancient emperor mystic arts chant, if he wanted to cultivate it again, he would need to have the royal bloodline. The Battle King had left behind his essence blood, so Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made opportunity. Otherwise, even if he obtained the true ancient sovereign mystic art, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Ling Xiao picked up the utensil. It was a special utensil used by the ancient royal family. Don't look down on this utensil just because it was similar to a Puyong bowl, but it was a spirit tool. It was specially used to hold some high-grade spirit liquids, so that the spirit chi essence wouldn't leak out. Although the Zhanwangye's essence blood had been here for 100,000 years, it had not evaporated. Instead, it had solidified and the essence was still inside. An ordinary flame appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The flame gently roasted the container, and the solidified golden liquid began to slowly dissolve. The golden liquid was like a crystal top-grade nectar. There was no smell of blood at all. According to Ling Xiao's knowledge, each drop of essence blood was a top-grade healing item. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was comparable to a 7th-grade healing pill. One had to know that the Kim people's bloodline contained a powerful bloodline power. It was extremely effective in the path of healing. After the blood essence was completely dissolved, Ling Xiao immediately drank all the golden liquid in the vessel without saying anything. This was the Zhanwangye's essence blood. The boiling energy made Ling Xiao's throat ache. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't waste a single drop because of this. He endured the piercing pain and forcefully drank all of the blood essence. Strands of dense blood energy filled Ling Xiao's body. The golden light flickered incessantly. His skin and flesh swelled incessantly. The blood vessels in his body swelled to the point of pain as if they would explode at any moment. Ling Xiao immediately guarded his mind and started to circulate the true ancient sovereign divine art. He fused the essence blood with his own essence blood. At the same time, he sorted out his body once more, getting rid of the hidden injuries that he had been unable to notice all these years. As he fused with the essence blood, dragon roar seemed to resound from within Ling Xiao's body. It was extremely mystical. The image of a golden dragon appeared above his head. It was even more solid and mighty than before. Not only did the essence blood contain powerful blood energy, it even contained the remnant power of a sacred rancor. This remnant power should not be underestimated. It was a top-grade existence even for an emperor rank expert. Ling Xiao divided and absorbed this power into his 5-color dantian. His dantian actually grew stronger at a rapid pace, and his aura rose steadily. The fusion of his bloodline and the sudden increase in strength gave Ling Xiao an indescribably comfortable and calm feeling. His meridians, blood vessels, apertures, internal organs, and bones all received a new round of strengthening and expansion. All of his muscles seemed to have become a golden world, making him seem extremely extraordinary. Especially his golden waist, which seemed to have evolved into a dragon-shaped bone, looking vigorous and noble. Ling Xiao spent more than half a month to fuse with the essence blood. The quality of his original bloodline had truly improved by several times. He seemed even more dignified. It was as if his every movement and expression were filled with extreme dignity and nobility. No matter where he stood, he gave others the feeling that he was a noble, and his bearing was superior to others. The Ling Xiao of today had changed a lot from his previous self. His charm was extraordinary to begin with. Now that he looked like this, perhaps no woman could resist the visual impact of his appearance. However, in the past half a month, Ling Xiao only focused on the step of fusing with his bloodline. The power accumulated in his dantian was compressed and not refined by him. When the bloodline was completely fused, Ling Xiao no longer suppressed the energy that was about to overflow from his dantian. The energy in his 5-color dantian kept churning and roaring, as if it was about to explode Ling Xiao's strength. However, when Ling Xiao released it, most of the 5-colored energy overflowed and rushed toward the meridians all over his body. Bang bang! Powerful energy reverberated in Ling Xiao's body, and his aura also soared at this moment. He originally had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and the moment he released the energy, his strength instantly reached the peak of the middle-stage Earth Emperor realm. The next moment, the middle-stage Earth Emperor realm was instantly broken through, and he reached the high-level Earth Emperor realm. However, his aura was still in a state where it was not exhausted, and it continued to rise. The high-level Earth Emperor realm was quickly filled up, and it rushed toward the middle and advanced realms. Then it reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. His aura was simply unstoppable, and it actually continued to rush toward the Celestial Venerable realm. After a while, his aura actually approached the half-step Venerable realm, and his strength was still rising. Right at this moment, the surging imposing aura suddenly stopped. Moreover, the quasi-exalt realm energy had shrunk to its limit, and it actually returned to the peak earthly monarch realm. In the end, it stopped firmly at the peak earthly monarch realm, and it didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden lights flashed. It was as if two small golden dragons were bursting out of his dragon eyes, and it was very shocking and dazzling. Ling Xiao revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze, and he muttered to himself, "This feels really good." However, this was not the end of his cultivation. It was just the beginning. Now that he had integrated the essence and blood of the Zhanwangya, he already possessed the purest bloodline of the Kim people's royal family. Of course, he had to cultivate the ancient Emperor Divine technique again. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao began to cultivate from the first transformation, the skin refining realm. This time, Ling Xiao spent nearly half a year cultivating, and it was only 2 months away from the 1-year deadline. Now Ling Xiao seemed to have been reborn. His whole body was shining with golden light, and his skin, hair, and eyes had actually turned golden. He looked as mighty as a golden god of war. In the past 6 months, he had cultivated the first 5 transformations again, and his ancient Emperor Divine technique had successfully reached the 5th transformation, the blood refining realm. Now his combat strength had become extremely terrifying. Originally, he could increase his combat strength by 8 times with the ancient Emperor Divine technique, but now it could increase to 15 times. In addition, he cultivated 5 attributes at the same time, so his combat strength had increased to more than 20 times. With his current strength, even if he fought against a high-level celestial venerable, he would still be invincible. Coupled with other trump cards, he could completely kill them with a single thought. At the same time, his physical defense had also improved by several levels, and he was directly immune to attacks below the divine tool level. His recovery ability was also abnormal. As long as his dantian was not destroyed, his sea of consciousness was not destroyed, and his heart was not destroyed, he could recover from any internal or external injuries in a short period of time. This time Ling Xiao's harvest was really greater than any other time. "It's time to go out," Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. In fact, with his current state, he could completely concentrate on comprehending his own Tao to break through to the celestial venerable level. After all, the energy in his body was still abundant, but he didn't want to break through to the celestial venerable level so quickly, because he still wanted to obtain the title of the first sovereign. If he broke through to the celestial venerable level during this time, then his place would be considered invalid. Ling Xiao stood up and restrained his aura. His skin and hair returned to their original color at the same time. Although his golden body was quite cool, Ling Xiao didn't want to be too ostentatious, so it was better to keep his original appearance. However, no matter how his color was, his temperament had increased several times, and his charm index had also increased several times. When Ling Xiao left, he walked in front of the Zhanwangya's body. As expected of the Zhanwangya who cultivated the ancient sovereign divine technique to the highest realm, this body has reached a state where nothing can invade it, and it has actually remained intact for 100,000 years. Truly amazing. Ling Xiao looked at the Zhanwangya's body and clicked his tongue. After a pause, he slightly cupped his hands towards the Zhanwangya and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your gift." If the Zhanwangya was reborn and heard Ling Xiao's words, it was likely that he would jump out and fight to the death with Ling Xiao. He really was a guy who was showing off after obtaining Pingyi. Ling Xiao put away all the top-grade pearls in the cave mansion, and then took out the golden dragon spear. Yang Kai carefully examined the spear shaft carved with a dragon's body, looking at the simple and mysterious patterns on it, and softly praised, "What an excellent Peak Saint artifact." Then he gently wiped the tip of the spear with one hand, causing a puddle of golden blood to flow out of his palm and drip onto the spearhead. Roar! Suddenly, a magnificent golden light bloomed, and a giant golden dragon soared into the sky, causing the cave mansion to shake continuously. The golden dragon roared, and all beasts were startled. "In the future, you will accompany me to conquer the central territory and show our might." Ling Xiao raised the spear and said proudly. The golden dragon spear seemed to be able to understand Ling Xiao's words, and actually issued a buzzing sound. The golden dragon was even more agile and roaring, making it look extraordinary. "Haha, good dragon spear, break for me." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand fiercely slammed into the cave mansion. A golden dragon fiercely slammed into the cave mansion, revealing a hole in it. At this moment, the cave mansion also began to collapse. On the flat land where the mountain had disappeared, the ground began to shake. Immediately after, a golden dragon broke out of the ground, and a human figure descended on the dragon. It was as if he was the son of the dragon, causing everyone to feel extremely dazzled. Chapter 638. Ling Xiao broke out of the hole and took a deep breath of the desolate air. He felt refreshed. He twisted his neck and smiled. There are still 2 more months before the 1-year period ends. Time really flies. I need to find some more emperor pills. I can't lose the position of champion. Although Ling Xiao had obtained more emperor pills in 2 places, who could be sure that others did not obtain more than him? Therefore, he needed to find other emperor pills as soon as possible to prevent the position of champion from being handed over to someone else. There are soul power fluctuations 15,000 meters away from here. Let's go there. Ling Xiao looked around and raised his eyebrows. Then he flew up. Now his spiritual senses and speed were many times stronger than before. Before long, Ling Xiao arrived at a place where resentful spirits gathered. In a corner, Ling Xiao discovered the presence of 3 emperor pills. His face lit up with joy as he immediately headed towards the location of the emperor pills. Those resentful spirits raised their weapons and charged towards Ling Xiao. They were all heavenly venerables. Although they were weaker than real heavenly venerables, their attacks were not something that ordinary people could withstand. In the face of these vengeful spirits, Ling Xiao treated them like they were nothing. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Get the hell out of my way! Ling Xiao shouted, and the blue flames immediately surged. Some of the resentful spirits closest to him were immediately burned to ashes. Many of them immediately felt fear, and did not dare to approach Ling Xiao. Instead, they hid far away. Ling Xiao smiled. At least you know what's good for you. Then he waved his hand and the 3 emperor pills were sucked into his hand. Ling Xiao was not interested in dealing with these resentful spirits. After keeping the emperor pills, he immediately went to the next location. For 10 days, Ling Xiao obtained a total of dozens of emperor pills in several different places. This number disappointed Ling Xiao. Compared to the previous 2 places, his harvest was indeed a little less. But if others were to find out about this, they would probably kill themselves with a piece of tofu. After all, it was quite difficult for them to deal with these resentful spirits. Even if they found emperor pills, they might not be able to get them. It was already very lucky to get a dozen in a month. Yet Ling Xiao found so many in just 10 days. Yet he actually despised them. This was really a blow to their confidence. On this day, Ling Xiao sensed a powerful soul power in the north. He was sure that it was a half-step emperor rank remnant soul. In the past, Ling Xiao would not dare to fight with such remnant souls. If his soul power did not injure them, he would be the one to die. But now, his strength had improved greatly while his spiritual energy was inexhaustible, so it wasn't so difficult for him to deal with and absorb the soul of a quasi-emperor. However, when Ling Xiao was about to reach the place, he discovered that the remnant soul's aura had actually weakened. At the same time, he realized that someone was fighting with the remnant soul. Ling Xiao flew to that place and discovered that there were 10 Earth Emperor dressed in black martial robes, fighting with the vengeful spirits. No, they weren't fighting. It should be said that they were using spiritual tools to absorb resentful spirits. The 10 of them were the Earth Kings from the Black Demon sect. They were holding the spirit convening lamp, which was specially used to absorb resentful souls. No wonder they were fearless among these vengeful spirits. It was the devil son of the Black Demon sect that was fighting the remnant soul of the half-step sovereign. He wore a set of black armor, and his entire body was emitting a dense black mist. In one hand, he held a blood-red broadsword, and in the other, a black shield with the face of a ghost. He actually gained the upper hand in the battle against the remnant soul of the Quasi-Arch by relying on this set of equipment. Ling Xiao noticed that the weapon in the Devil Son's hand was definitely a half-step sacred artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Devil Son to challenge the remnant soul of a half-step emperor with his strength. The Black Demon sect? This is the force established by me, Cruel Leopard. Since we've met, I'll give them a big gift in advance. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Although Ling Xiao had no grievances with the Black Demon sect so far, the Black Demon sect was established by his servants, Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth. Now it belonged to someone else. As the master, he naturally had the obligation to do something for them. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of here. An Earth King of the Black Demon sect flew in front of Ling Xiao and threatened him. Then he seemed to think of something and said, "Hand over the space ring before you get out of here." Ling Xiao really didn't expect that they would come to his door before he could do anything. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Are you trying to rob me? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Don't you know that we're from the Black Demon sect? Hand over the space ring." The Earth King shouted with a gloomy face. Then he actually grabbed Ling Xiao's hand that was holding the space ring. It seemed that he wanted to rob it. Just as the Earth King of the Black Demon sect was about to grab Ling Xiao's hand, Ling Xiao was one step ahead and grabbed the man's hand. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect was slightly stunned. He wanted to pull his hand back, but he found that the opponent's hand was very strong. So without thinking, he kicked toward Ling Xiao's crotch. This kick contained his most powerful attack, and a strong corrosive attribute was emitted. Ling Xiao sneered and gently twisted the hand that was grabbing the Earth King of the Black Demon sect. Crack. Ah. Before the man could kick Ling Xiao, his arm was abruptly twisted by Ling Xiao, and he let out a scream. This sound immediately attracted the attention of the other people of the Black Demon sect, and the Devil's Son coincidentally blasted away the remnant soul of the Half-Step Emperor. "Who dares to attack the Black Demon sect?" The Devil's Son said with a cold smile. He led the other 8 people to surround Ling Xiao. My hand is broken, I'm going to kill you." The Earth King of the Black Demon sect shouted ferociously, and a short blade shot out from the sleeve of his other hand. This short blade was fast and swift, and it went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. As the distance between Ling Xiao and the opponent was too close, and Ling Xiao did not expect this guy to have the universe in his sleeve, the short blade pierced Ling Xiao's throat. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect thought that Ling Xiao would die after being shot by the short blade, and said coldly, "I gave you a way to live, but you didn't want it. You just had to fight against the people of the Black Demon sect. You really don't know what's good for you." Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the short blade that was stuck in Ling Xiao's throat fell. It turned out that Ling Xiao had used his chin to clamp the short blade. Of course, the short blade had indeed pierced his throat, but it could not pierce through Ling Xiao's throat. "Who doesn't know what's good for him?" Ling Xiao said faintly, and his dragon eyes shot a fierce light. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect felt a chill in his heart, as if a peerless dragon was pouncing on him. Bang! Ling Xiao punched the man's face without any fancy moves. The Earth King of the Black Demon sect's nose was bleeding, and he screamed in pain. "How dare you? It's fine to offend the Medicine sect, but you dare to offend the Black Demon sect as well. I don't know where you got the courage to challenge us." The Devil's Son said with a faint smile on his devilish handsome face, as if he was not angry at his own people being beaten. "Is the Black Demon sect that powerful?" Ling Xiao casually let go of the Earth King of the Black Demon sect, who had been punched by him. "I'm going to kill you." The Earth King of the Black Demon sect was humiliated by his opponent, and he immediately shouted, intending to attack Ling Xiao. Suddenly he felt a pain in his head, and his consciousness became blank. Bang! His head instantly burst like a watermelon, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. It was very disgusting. The Devil's Son and the people of the Black Demon sect around him stiffened. They did not expect that their companion, who was perfectly fine just a moment ago, would suddenly die. Of course, they knew that the person in front of them had something to do with it. "Cripple him, but don't let him die too quickly. I want to pull out his soul, and then slowly torture him to death," the Devil's Son said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people of the Black Demon sect immediately released a powerful aura, locking Ling Xiao in the middle. At the same time, one of them held a sickle and rushed towards Ling Xiao to kill. "Just in time, let me use you to test the power of my Tyrant Dragon Spear technique." Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he showed a look of excitement. When the person came in front of Ling Xiao, A golden spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. With the appearance of the spear, the shadow of a golden dragon soared into the sky, and the dragon's roar shocked all directions. What a powerful spiritual weapon! No, is this a sacred weapon? The calm devil son looked at the mighty and huge shadow of the dragon and murmured. The person who was rushing towards Ling Xiao was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the dragon. Just as he was lost in thought, the golden dragon's spear had already pierced towards him. Puff! A simple move, without any hindrance, pierced through the person's body. Let's attack together and kill him, the devil's son immediately ordered. He stared at Ling Xiao's golden spear and thought to himself, is there another golden dragon spear like the Gu family? That's impossible, right? The remaining 7 people of the Black Demon sect attacked together, and a series of black attack waves covered Ling Xiao. All of them were peak earthly emperors, and they were much stronger than those of the same level. They all had 7th grade spiritual weapons in their hands, and their attacks could seriously injure or kill a low-level heavenly venerable on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was surrounded in the middle, did not use his speed to escape these attacks like before. Instead, he slowly spun the golden dragon spear, and the metal attribute spiritual energy in his body surged out. The golden dragon spear shone even brighter, and the golden dragon became more solid. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique's first move, Tyrant Dragon's Descent. Ling Xiao roared and waved the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon above him seemed to come to life, and with a loud dragon roar, its huge body spun down like a real dragon descending into the world. Shocking and terrifying. The hearts of the devil child and the other 7 were shaken, and a chill ran through their bodies. In front of this 100-meter-long dragon, they were like lowly ants. Run all of you! The black shield in the devil's son's hand emitted a demonic light, and he regained his clarity. He immediately shouted at his people, and without hesitation he turned and ran. Rumble! Chapter 639. The golden dragon continued to wreak havoc in the sky like a giant. Bursts of terrifying vibrations made people's eardrums hurt. The clouds in the surroundings were crushed by the dragon's body and turned into smoke. Only beams of golden light continued to fall. The ground below was smashed into terrible deep pits, and stone chips flew everywhere. After a long time, when everything had calmed down, a figure holding a golden dragon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was cold, and his appearance was indescribably mighty. Ling Xiao looked around at the people of the Black Demon sect who had already disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "It's worthy of being a brown-level Xian skill. It lives up to its name of tyrannical dragon. One move was enough to destroy them, and not even their dregs were left. It's even better than the first 3 moves of the Sword Tyrant spell. Unfortunately, there's still one fish that slipped through the net." Why did Ling Xiao suddenly use the tyrannical dragon spear technique? In fact, the tyrannical dragon spear technique was the spear technique that the Zhan Wangye had relied on to become famous during his lifetime. It had already reached the brown level, which was a saint-level Xian skill. Its power could be said to be terrifying. Ling Xiao had absorbed the Zhan Wangye's soul power, and had also absorbed most of the Zhan Wangye's memories. The Zhan Wangye was worthy of being a king of the Kim people's dynasty. He was proficient in all kinds of high-level Xian skills during his lifetime. Moreover, he cultivated Tenbin, which made him a top-notch existence in the Kim people's dynasty. His fighting strength was extraordinary. Ling Xiao had obtained his memories. It was as if he had obtained a martial arts treasure house. There were several terrifying Xian skills. They were extremely rare even in the ancient times, and they were the top martial arts in the central region today. Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant souls of the 2 quasi-sovereigns. There were many high-level Xian skills in their memories. This was undoubtedly another kind of inheritance for Ling Xiao. If he wanted to establish a force, he needed a deep foundation, and these inherited memories were Ling Xiao's own foundation. In the future, he would rely on these memories to forge his force into the most elite existence. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor's divine technique was no longer what it used to be, and he even had the golden dragon spear in his possession. Of course, he would not foolishly send the golden dragon spear back to the Gu family. He had saved Gu Xiaohe several times previously, because he wanted to find out if the ancient emperor's divine technique originated from the Gu family. He wanted to see if there was a chance for him to obtain the real ancient emperor's divine technique. Now, there was no need for him to look for the Gu clan. After all, the Gu clan was also cultivating a fake ancient emperor divine arts. As for the tyrant dragon spear art, it was something that Ling Xiao had cultivated while cultivating the ancient emperor divine technique. Although he had a lot of profound skills that he could use now, following the increase in his strength, those profound skills could no longer satisfy him. Now that there were better profound skills, he naturally absorbed and used them to his heart's content. One had to know that he was extremely obsessed with all kinds of martial arts in his previous life and this life. Just now, Ling Xiao had killed the 7 peak Earth Emperors of the Black Demon sect in one move, which made him feel very satisfied. However, the Devil's Son had seen the opportunity early and escaped quickly, so he did not manage to kill him. Ling Xiao had tested out the true power of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art, and was very satisfied with how terrifying it was. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were no more Imperial elixirs here. It must have been taken away by the Devil's Son. He did not stay and immediately rushed to other places to look for Imperial elixirs. 3 days later, in a broken cliff, a young man holding a spear staggered and knelt on the edge of the broken cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The young man's clothes had become extremely messy and sloppy, and there were many scars on his body. His scattered hair covered his pale face. He gritted his teeth, endured his injuries, and flew to the bottom of the broken cliff. Then he opened a hole in the cliff wall and immediately went in, then sealed the hole. After doing all this, he completely concealed his aura, then took out a few healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth, entering a state of recovery. Upon closer inspection, this young man was actually Ling Xiao's little brother, Yi Yinfeng. He looked like he had been seriously injured and urgently needed quiet time to recuperate. When he first entered the abyss of war, Yi Yinfeng was just a high-level Earth Emperor. Now that almost a year had passed, he had actually reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. Obviously, he must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. One had to know that it was not that easy for a person to reach the peak of the Earth Emperor realm from a high-level Earth Emperor, without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Moreover, in this place where spiritual energy was extremely scarce, it was even more impossible to advance so quickly. While Yi Yinfeng was recuperating, there was a group of people not far from the broken cliff looking for something. They looked very angry. There were a total of 35 people in this group, and they were basically all high-level Earth Emperors. The person in the lead was the same as Ling Xiao, Yi Yinfeng and the others. He was one of the top 10 in the Blue Sun City Minor competition, Tuoba Yuan. His current team was no longer just a dozen people. During this period of time, he encountered 2 teams that had fought. In the end, he killed the leaders of the 2 teams and some of the people who did not obey, and gathered the people who surrendered together. Tuoba Yuan, who was the most powerful, had become their leader. The others did not dare to have any complaints. Tuoba Yuan strode forward with a dignified expression. He frowned slightly and said to Gu Mingzhu, who was beside him, "Mingzhu, take out the blood-flying insect." The beautiful woman behind him nodded and said, "All right." Following that, a winged insect the size of a palm appeared in Gu Mingzhu's hand. This insect looked very ugly. Its nose was very thick, and its mouth was very sharp. The GG sound it made was ear-piercing and uncomfortable. The blood-flying insect was a 3rd-rank spirit beast that liked to feast on human blood. It carried a strong poison, and if a person below the king rank was bitten by it, they would die within a quarter of an hour if they didn't have an antidote pill. The blood-flying insect had another special characteristic, and that was that it was especially sensitive to human blood. Generally, the smell of blood within a few thousand meters would not escape its nose. Its nose was not much weaker than the celestial hound beasts. Gu Mingzhu gently tossed the blood-flying insect into the air and shouted, "Go!" GG. The blood-flying insect circled above everyone's heads, as if it was looking for a direction. After a while, it suddenly flew in a certain direction. Tuoba Yuan revealed a slightly angry expression and muttered, "Let's see how you're going to run now. You actually dare to look down on me, Tuoba Yuan?" You're simply courting death. He then took the lead and chased after the blood-flying insect. The others also chased after him. Only the other beautiful figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end, she also followed. Yi Yunfeng, who was in the middle of healing, immediately sensed a large group of people rushing in his direction. He stopped healing and rushed out of the cave without thinking. He had already concealed all his aura. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to find him easily. He didn't expect that the other party would still chase after him. Yi Yunfeng, you can't escape. Why waste your energy? Tuoba Yuan's cold voice rang out behind Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's heart had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. He had only recovered 50% of his injuries. How could he escape from Tuoba Yuan and the others? Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth and stopped in his tracks. He summoned the Earth Yellow Lion and held the spear horizontally in front of him as he roared. Come. I won't let anyone who dares to take my life get away with it. Yi Yunfeng was already prepared to fight to the death. His aura reached its peak. At the same time, a golden shield appeared in his hand. This golden shield emitted a powerful aura. Rays of light flowed around Yi Yunfeng. The golden light flickered continuously, and the shadow of a heavily armored beast swayed continuously. It was extremely dazzling. This was a defensive shield that had reached the level of a half-step sage artifact. Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Wu Ling, Wei Lin, you two killed him. He's already severely injured now. The two of you are enough to kill him. Tuoba Yuan said coldly. Originally, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to chase after Yi Yunfeng. However, an incident 3 days ago had infuriated Tuoba Yuan. 3 days ago, they had discovered a domain with many resentful spirits. Usually there would be Dharch elixirs in such a domain. Hence, they had rushed over to search for them. Unexpectedly, there was a remnant soul of a half-step Dharch. However, the remnant soul was in an extremely weak state. It was obvious that its soul power was about to dissipate. Furthermore, there were dozens of Dharch elixirs and a half-step sage artifact shield in front of the remnant soul. With Dharch elixirs and half-step sage artifacts, Tuoba Yuan and the others naturally wouldn't let go of such good things. Furthermore, the remnant soul of a half-step Dharch was about to die, which made them even more delighted. Just as Tuoba Yuan and the others were about to disperse the remnant soul of a half-step sage artifact, Yi Yunfeng suddenly appeared. He had only sensed an aura fluctuation here, so he had rushed over to take a look. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge Tuoba Yuan and the others alone. Who knew that the remnant soul of a half-step Dharch would actually grab all the Dharch elixirs and golden shield at the last moment, and pounce towards Yi Yunfeng. That remnant soul actually burrowed into Yi Yunfeng's consciousness in an instant, and the Dharch elixirs and golden shield all landed in front of him. Yi Yunfeng thought that the remnant soul was going to devour his soul and take over his body. Who knew that the remnant soul actually didn't do anything? As for the Dharch elixirs and golden shield that came to him, he didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yunfeng and Tuoba Yuan became enemies. In the end, he had to face the continuous pursuit of Tuoba Yuan and the others. However, Yi Yunfeng also had other fortuitous encounters during this period of time. His strength had improved greatly, and his battle prowess had also become much stronger. Therefore, when faced with the pursuit of Tuoba Yuan and the others, he was still able to kill 3 people and escape. However, he had also paid a huge price. Now he had no way of escaping anymore. Even if he handed over everything, Tuoba Yuan wouldn't let him off. Wu Ling and Wei Lin were both peak earthly sovereigns. Their protective spirit beasts were the red-patterned leopard and the green-eyed flying bird, which were both advanced 5th-grade spirit beasts. Come on, even if I, Yi Yunfeng, die, I will drag you two down with me. Yi Yunfeng's spear shook and his entire body shot out. The spear emitted a dazzling radiance in mid-air. Originally, Yi Yunfeng had the wind shoes that Ling Xiao had given him, so his speed was 2 or 3 times faster than an ordinary earthly sovereign. Unfortunately, he was severely injured, so the wind shoes only allowed him to maintain his normal speed. There was no advantage to speak of. Chapter 640. Yi Yunfeng was already prepared to die, so he used all his strength in this attack, tripling his combat power at this moment. Wu Ling and Wei Lin both knew that Yi Yunfeng was tough, so they did not dare to be careless. The two also began to use their full strength. Bursts of powerful attribute lights intertwined with each other, and a world-shaking sound spread out in all directions. The yellow earth lion, on the other hand, was entangled with the red-patterned leopard and the green-eyed bird. 1 against 2, the situation was quite bad. Yi Yunfeng's combat power could only be maintained for 2 hours, but tripling his combat power was no joke. Wu Ling and Wei Lin were forced to retreat step by step, and they looked indescribably embarrassed. The two of them were forced into this situation mainly because they did not dare to risk their lives like Yi Yunfeng did. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng had a half-grade defensive sacred weapon, which the two of them could not break. You want to take my life? You are not qualified. Yi Yunfeng roared ferociously, and the long spear in his hand turned into several huge solid spear shadows that smashed at the two at the same time. The powerful force caused Wu Ling and Wei Lin to retreat more than 10 meters at the same time. Wu Ling was also infuriated after being suppressed. He decided to use his trump card. He spun the flaming sword in his hand a few times, and waves of flames appeared on the sword. Then he shouted, "Blazing Golden Mountain!" The raging fire rushed straight at Yi Yunfeng like a tide, and the scorching heat was extremely uncomfortable. On the other side, Wei Lin took out a thin blue rope from his spatial ring. This rope exuded wisps of blue light, and looked extremely extraordinary. I didn't want to take it out, but I can't disappoint the leader. I can only let you taste the power of my spirit-binding rope. Wei Lin murmured with a gloomy face, and then raised the blue rod to block Yi Yunfeng's spear shadows with all his strength, planning to find an opportunity to tie Yi Yunfeng up. Although Wu Ling's fire was strong, it still could not stop the bombardment of Yi Yunfeng's tripled combat power. The sea of fire was dispersed by the golden spear, and the spear shadows still smashed toward Wu Ling bravely. Wu Ling raised his sword to block, but was still sent flying far away, blood spilling from his mouth. Wei Lin, on the other hand, fared much better than Wu Ling. He did not choose to clash head-on with Wu Ling. Instead, he used all his strength to defend and parry, so he did not suffer much damage. Yi Yunfeng also took advantage of the situation and charged towards Wu Ling. After all, Wu Ling was already injured. Yi Yunfeng could kill as many people as he could. Should we make a move? Gu Mingzhu asked Tuoba Yuan. Tuoba Yuan shook his head and said no need. If they can't even kill the injured Yi Yunfeng, then they don't deserve to continue following us. Actually, Tuoba Yuan did not think so in his heart. There wasn't much time left until they left. Although the majority of the emperor pills they obtained belonged to him, he wasn't satisfied with just this little bit. If Wu Ling and Wei Lin could kill Yi Yunfeng, then Yi Yunfeng's emperor elixir would still belong to him. If Wu Ling and Wei Lin were accidentally killed by Yi Yunfeng, that would be even more in line with Tuoba Yuan's intentions. That way, he could openly take Wu Ling and Wei Lin's emperor cores. In any case, even if Yi Yunfeng killed the two of them, Yi Yunfeng would still not be able to escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. This was Tuoba Yuan's true intention. His thoughts were truly difficult for others to guess. He was born with the potential to be a leader. Not only was his ability outstanding, but he was also ruthless and his schemes were deep and unfathomable. Yi Yunfeng chased after Wu Ling with all his might. Although Wu Ling tried his best to block, he was constantly bombarded by Yi Yunfeng's powerful strength until he was in a sorry state, and his injuries became even more severe. Seeing that Yi Yunfeng was about to stab Wu Ling to death with his spear, Wei Lin seized this rare opportunity from behind. Go! Wei Lin shouted in joy. The spirit-binding rope in his hand shot towards Yi Yunfeng's body like a snake. Yi Yunfeng had always known that Wei Lin was behind him, but he did not expect the other party to throw a thin rope at him. Although he did not know what was so powerful about this rope, he did not want to give up the opportunity to kill Wu Ling. Moreover, he had the Golden Shield's defense, so the rope's attack might not be able to cause any harm to him. Go to hell. Yi Yunfeng hardened his heart and concentrated all his strength on the long spear. The long spear pierced towards Wu Ling's chest like a dragon. Wu Ling had already been seriously injured by Yi Yunfeng's attacks just now. His reaction speed had dropped drastically, but it did not mean that he had resigned himself to his fate. He blocked Yi Yunfeng's long spear with his sword, but his strength was much weaker than Yi Yunfeng's. His sword did not deflect the long spear, and only allowed him to avoid the disaster of being pierced through his chest. However, his shoulder was still ruthlessly pierced through. Ah! Wu Ling let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand was still slashing towards Yi Yunfeng. It seemed that he did not want Yi Yunfeng to have an easy time, even though he was injured. He planned to exchange blows with Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng immediately used the golden shield to block in front of him. Wu Ling's sword did not have any effect on him. Instead, he was shaken by the shield's powerful force and fell to the ground. His injuries worsened, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. However, even though Wu Ling had been defeated by Yi Yunfeng, his sword had completely attracted Yi Yunfeng's attention. As expected, Wei Lin's spirit-binding rope had tightly bound Yi Yunfeng from behind. Haha, let's see how you can escape now. Wei Lin laughed proudly. At the same time, he raised his green rod and attacked Yi Yunfeng. You want to tie me up with a mere rope? You are too naive. Yi Yunfeng's whole body was tied up by the green rope, but he was still not afraid. The time limit of his combat power had not expired yet. Could it be that he could not even break the rope? Unfortunately, Yi Yunfeng was wrong this time. The toughness of the rope was beyond his imagination. The more he struggled, the more the rope shrank. At this time, Wei Lin's green rod was already coming towards him. Yi Yunfeng quickly twisted his body to avoid the blow to his head. However, his body was still hit by Wei Lin's rod a few times. Blood flowed out continuously, and the golden shield in his hand also fell from his hand. This time Yi Yunfeng was in danger. Bastard! Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth and used all his strength. He did not believe that the rope could really tie him up. Don't waste your time. This is refined from thousands of years old green tenacious vines. Only a high-level spiritual weapon can cut it. Although you are strong, you are not strong enough to break it. Wei Lin sneered. He did not go to kill Yi Yunfeng. Instead, he went to get the golden shield first. Wei Lin wanted to keep the golden shield immediately, but at this moment, he felt as if something was staring at him from behind, which made his body and mind tremble. Wei Lin hesitated for a moment, turned around, and quickly flew towards Tuoba Yuan with the golden shield. Then he respectfully handed the golden shield to Tuoba Yuan and said, "Leader, Yi Yunfeng has been captured. There is no need to fear him. This shield is just right for you. Take it." Wei Lin was sure that the person who was staring at him just now was Tuoba Yuan. Although they were allies, Tuoba Yuan was the most powerful person among them. Moreover, once he attacked, he would immediately take someone's life. Although Wei Lin wanted the golden shield, he was not arrogant enough to go against Tuoba Yuan. Therefore, he could only obediently hand over the golden shield. Tuoba Yuan did not stand on ceremony and immediately kept the golden shield. He sneered in his heart. At least you know what's good for you. Yi Yunfeng was ruthlessly beaten up by the others. His injuries worsened, and the duration of his 3 times combat strength was almost over. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. He knew that he was going to die. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. His dantian began to spin rapidly, and his aura continued to rise. Kill him. He is going to self-destruct. Tuoba Yuan's senses were very strong. He immediately shouted at the people who were beating up Yi Yunfeng. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure quickly rushed out from the crowd. She grabbed Yi Yunfeng and began to run at full speed. "Brother Tuoba, it's that girl Gu Jiaojiao." Gu Mingzhu immediately exclaimed. "If I knew that this B***TCH was unreliable, I would have chased after her. We definitely can't let them escape." Tuoba Yuan shouted with a gloomy face. He immediately chased after Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao did not seem to struggle at all, while carrying Yi Yunfeng. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast because she had already taken a high-tier elixir that increased her speed. However, although she was fast, Tuoba Yuan and the others who were chasing after her were not slow either. The distance between them was less than 2,000 meters, one in front and one behind. Miss Gu, why did you save me?" Yi Yunfeng did not expect Gu Jiaojiao to actually save him. This made him feel extremely touched. After all, he had always liked Gu Jiaojiao. I saved you because of Brother Ling, don't think too much about it. Gu Jiaojiao attacked Yi Yunfeng mercilessly. At the same time, a sharp short blade appeared in her hand. She cut the green rope that bound Yi Yunfeng. Hurry up and take the elixir to recover. I'll give you a lift. When the time comes, we'll split up and escape. As long as we survive these 2 months, they won't dare to do anything to me outside. Gu Jiaojiao said hurriedly. Yi Yunfeng smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Then he struggled out of Gu Jiaojiao's embrace and said, Miss Gu, you should go. I can't escape. I'll block them for you. After saying that, Yi Yunfeng went to meet Tuoba Yuan and the others. His threefold combat strength was almost over. He could only fight for a little more time for Gu Jiaojiao to escape. He already had no regrets when Gu Jiaojiao risked her life to save him before he died. For some reason, Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration when she saw Yi Yunfeng leave with the determination to die. Since you want to be a hero, I'll give you this chance. Gu Jiaojiao did not think of going back to risk her life for Yi Yunfeng. However, when she wanted to escape again, Tuoba Yuan's men had already intercepted her. In front of them, Yi Yunfeng could not last more than a few rounds before he was captured. Kill this adulterous couple. Tuoba Yuan shouted coldly and mercilessly. Before Yi Yunfeng died, he glanced at Gu Jiaojiao. His face was filled with hostility as he roared. You guys can die with me. Farewell, boss. Just as Yi Yunfeng was about to self-destruct, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Who the F***ck is saying farewell to you? Chapter 641. Yi Yunfeng's energy center had already filled up, and his entire body's aura was rising to a terrifying level. Tuoba Yuan naturally would not give him the chance to self-destruct. The people beside him had already raised their weapons, and Yi Yunfeng's head was about to fall to the ground in the next second. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar rang out. This sound was like a dragon's roar, and it shook everyone to the point of dizziness. Their eardrums were ringing nonstop. This sound had come from thousands of meters away. If it had come from right next to them, they would not just be dizzy. They would most likely die on the spot. A golden dragon shadow was charging towards them from afar at an extremely fast speed. Yi Yunfeng could no longer control his energy center, and the explosion was about to happen in the next second. A powerful palm instantly grabbed Yi Yunfeng's shoulder, and a powerful wave of spiritual power was continuously transmitted from that palm into Yi Yunfeng's body. That powerful spiritual power actually went straight to Yi Yunfeng's energy center, wrapping it in layers and compressing it, making it difficult for it to explode. Stop immediately. That voice rang out in Yi Yunfeng's dizzy mind. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Yunfeng immediately snapped out of his trance as if he had heard the voice of the heavens. His dantian, which had been suppressed by the external force and could not explode, immediately stopped expanding and stabilized under his guidance. That person withdrew his palm and immediately took out a few healing elixirs and crushed a supreme-grade blood crystal. Then he stuffed the essence energy into Yi Yunfeng's mouth. After Yi Yunfeng continuously consumed the elixirs and supreme-grade blood crystal, he immediately recovered a lot. Boss. I thought I would never see you again. Yi Yunfeng looked at the face that was right in front of him and said happily. He really did not expect that his boss would appear here. His nervous heart also calmed down at this moment. With his boss here, even if the sky fell, his boss would still be able to withstand it. The admiration he had for his boss was not something that others could easily understand. You've disgraced me. You can't even deal with these small fries. Get out of my way and heal. Ling Xiao grabbed Yi Yunfeng, ignoring his wounds and tossing him to the side so he could heal himself. Boss, Miss Gu offended them to save me. Please help her. Yi Yunfeng didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood. In a flash, he appeared beside Gu Jiaojiao, who was still dizzy, and brought her back to Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao's head was still spinning, but she had already seen Ling Xiao clearly. She couldn't help but exclaim, Ling Xiao, why are you here? Hee, you don't want me to come? Ling Xiao laughed. It's better if you don't come. Anyway, it's just your little brother who died, Gu Jiaojiao said. Alright, you guys step aside. Leave them to me, Ling Xiao said indifferently with a cold smile on his face. A thick killing intent began to spread from his body. You actually injured my little brother to this extent. You must be tired of living, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the dizzy people who had been shaken by Ling Xiao's sound waves all woke up. Tuoba Yuan stared at Ling Xiao with a dark expression. I didn't expect you to appear here. I also didn't expect you to dare to kill my little brother. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it? Ling Xiao said faintly with his arms crossed. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. Others might be afraid of you, but that doesn't mean that I, Tuoba Yuan, am afraid of you. Tuoba Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed. He paused for a moment before saying, for your sake, as long as you make Yi Yunfeng hand over the Emperor elixir that he stole from me, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Tuoba Yuan was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had already displayed shocking strength in front of them. Moreover, he wasn't even afraid of the people from the medicine sect, so he must have some shocking trump card. However, this didn't mean that he was afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, there were so many people around him that even a heavenly sovereign would have to give way. Thus he decided to give Ling Xiao some face. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind using all his strength to kill Ling Xiao here and now. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Ling Xiao, you'd better make Yi Yunfeng hand over the Emperor elixir. Gu Jiaojiao persuaded Ling Xiao from behind. Although she was aware of Ling Xiao's strength, she did not think that Ling Xiao could really fight against dozens of people alone. Moreover, these dozens of people were all high-level Earth Sovereign Realm experts, and each of them had their own trump cards. This combat strength was quite terrifying. Jiaojiao is right. Brother Ling, you should think about it carefully. Since we're all from the same place, hand over the Emperor elixir. Tuoba Yuan smiled faintly. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely compromise. His advantage was obvious. Unless Ling Xiao was really stupid, he wouldn't compromise. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. You don't have to care about our past relationship. I'm not that familiar with you. If you stole the Emperor elixir, so be it. It's no big deal. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Oh right, all of you have to come at me together. Otherwise, it'll be boring. The expressions of Tuoba Yuan and the people behind him changed. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so insensible. Leader, let me Tai Tu, go and kill this arrogant brat. A bald, brawny man stepped out from behind Tuoba Yuan and said. His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was as if he wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Tuoba Yuan hesitated for a moment. He nodded at the brawny man who called himself Tai Tu and said, be careful. His physical body is very harmful. Leader, don't worry. No matter how powerful you are, I have a way to deal with him. Tai Tu responded and walked towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, he summoned his spirit beast. His spirit beast was a 5th-tier advanced earth drilling mouse. It was adept at drilling through the ground and mountains. Its sharp mouth was comparable to a low-tier spirit weapon. It could bite through anything no matter how hard it was. Tai Tu relied on the earth drilling mouse's sharp mouth to dare to challenge Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's physical body could withstand the earth drilling mouse's bite. Brat, come over. Your delicate body won't be able to take a hit from this Lord Tai. Tai Tu rubbed his bald head and said viciously. Tai Tu was born in the army and had killed countless people. His famous iron head technique was even rarer. A bald head and a dead mouse. Disgusting to look at. This young master will send you on your way first. You have company, right? Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain, and took the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao rarely took the initiative in a fight. This time, he chose to take the initiative. It was all because this ugly bald head was an eyesore, and that disgusting mouse made him feel even more displeased. 6 clones technique. 6 Ling Xiao split into 2 directions and attacked the man and the mouse. Tai Tu was momentarily dazed. Why did he see so many Ling Xiaos? However, he couldn't care so much. He lowered his bald head slightly, and an earthy yellow horn formed on his bald head. He charged at one of the Ling Xiaos. Taitu? Then I'll make him headless. Ling Xiao shouted, and the three of them attacked Taitu's head at the same time. Bang bang. Taitu's strength was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. The bald head was hit by 6 fists several times, and his whole body was sent flying. On the other side, the earth-drilling mouse was also facing the fate of being punched by 3 Ling Xiaos at the same time. It had already developed intelligence, but it couldn't tell which one was the real Ling Xiao. After all, it could sense that the 6 figures all carried the same person's aura. A man and a mouse were immediately beaten back in the face of a shield. The 6 of Ling Xiao's figures merged into one, and he returned to the appearance of a single person. It was as if he had really split into 6. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the infinite cloning technique became more realistic, making it harder for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Although only one of the 6 figures was his real body, the other 5 had the aura of his clones, and their attacks were not weaker than any peak earthly sovereign realm expert. Earth-drilling mouse, come on. Bite him. Taitu's head was hurting from Ling Xiao's attacks. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. Therefore, he could only let the earth-drilling mouse pester Ling Xiao while he waited for an opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his head. Bang bang. A few muffled groans rang out, and a large head exploded just like that. The earth-drilling mouse was not much better off. Its body continued to self-destruct, and it only stopped after a long while. Its body, which was several meters long, had actually turned into a pile of mud, lying motionless on the ground. Looking at the large pool of blood flowing out of its body, it was needless to say that it was already dead. Tuoba Yuan, if you only want this kind of trash to die, then all of you should come at me together. This young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao curled his finger at Tuoba Yuan in disdain. To be honest, he wanted to taste the power of Tuoba Yuan's lightning attribute. He could sense that Tuoba Yuan's hidden strength was not any weaker than the leaders of the 18 major forces. In fact, Tuoba Yuan even had a certain chance of winning in a life-and-death battle. After all, the lightning attribute was known as the strongest attack attribute, and it was not just for show. Brother Tuoba, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can deal with so many of us by himself. Gu Mingzhu advised from the side. Tuoba Yuan waved his hand lightly and said, "No, let me finish him off in this battle." Then he stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Ling Xiao, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you are too arrogant. Today, I will let you see my true strength. I'd like to see if the thunder element is truly as invincible as the rumors say," Ling Xiao said, unruffled and unruffled. "Don't worry, I will let you see it now," Tuoba Yuan responded. He pulled the cloak on his shoulder and threw it into Gu Mingzhu's hands, revealing his robust body. Those bulging muscles were filled with unlimited explosive power. Ah! Tuoba Yuan roared into the sky, and the aura around his body instantly surged. The powerful aura caused the people around him to retreat far away. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder rang out. The sky actually turned jet black at this moment, and bolts of lightning interweaved in the sky. At this moment, Tuoba Yuan's body was surrounded by the power of lightning. He looked like a lightning emperor, giving off a mighty and extraordinary aura. He can actually cause a phenomenon? Ling Xiao murmured in astonishment. Chapter 642. According to some ancient records, a warrior with a certain tenbin talent or a profound skill could cause a natural phenomenon during battle, borrowing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. Their battle prowess was unparalleled among those of the same level. It was clear that Tuoba Yuan was one of those tenbin talents. 2 ferocious battle runes appeared on his forehead, and his entire body grew much taller than before. His explosive muscles constantly pulsed, and his tiger eyes flickered with a purple light. The purple halberd in his hand also emitted purple lightning, making him look extremely extraordinary. Within a radius of several dozen meters around Tuoba Yuan, lightning continuously fell from the sky. The power of this lightning was not inferior to the power of normal thunder. Just this aura alone was enough to show that Tuoba Yuan's power was much stronger than that of ordinary low-level Empyreans. Is this the leader's true strength? So terrifying. I thought that what I saw before was his strongest power, but it turns out that he's been hiding his true strength. Fortunately, I didn't choose to resist, or else I would have been killed by the leader back then. That Ling Xiao is unlucky. The leader wanted to let them live, but he didn't know what was good for him. There's going to be a good show to watch. That Ling Xiao does have some skills. This battle will definitely be a battle between dragons. To be honest, Ling Xiao had originally overestimated Tuoba Yuan's strength, but now that he saw Tuoba Yuan's aura, it was clear that he had still underestimated Tuoba Yuan. However, Ling Xiao's strength had just greatly improved, and he was lacking a powerful opponent to temper himself against. Now was the perfect time. It's too late for you to regret it now. The three of you die, Tuoba Yuan said with killing intent. Following this, he lightly pointed the purple halberd in his hand at Ling Xiao, and a purple lightning snake quickly shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly shouted, "Get away from me." Then he lightly tapped the ground with one foot. Rumble. The place behind Ling Xiao was blasted into a crater that was dozens of meters wide. Tuoba Yuan's simple attack had already reached the power of a low-level heavenly venerate. It was no wonder that he was so fearless. Gu Jiaojiao supported Yi Yunfeng and retreated hundreds of meters away. Gu Mingzhu brought some people to stop Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. "Jiaojiao, you guys should stay here and wait for Brother Tuoba's punishment," said Gu Mingzhu indifferently. Gu Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and said, "Big sister Mingzhu, I'm just your ally. Now that I've left the team, Tuoba Yuan has no right to control me. Withdrawing from the alliance midway, that's a betrayal. Kill Yi Yunfeng. Perhaps I can ask Brother Tuoba to let you off." Gu Mingzhu had long been in love with Tuoba Yuan, so she naturally stood on his side. "Hehe, do you think I would do that?" Gu Jiaojiao smiled faintly. "Then we'll wait for Brother Tuoba to kill Ling Xiao. Let him deal with you then." Gu Mingzhu did not make a move. Instead, she gestured for people to lock onto Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng's subordinates. On the other side, the battle between Tuoba Yuan and Ling Xiao had already begun. Tuoba Yuan launched a ferocious attack on Ling Xiao from the very beginning. Bolts of lightning continuously shot out from the purple battle halberd. The frightening attack caused the surroundings to tremble slightly, and the sound of the explosions caused people's eardrums to ache. Ling Xiao relied on his advantage in speed to constantly dodge. It seemed like he actually did not dare to fight Tuoba Yuan head-on. Tuoba Yuan swallowed 2 pills that increased his speed and laughed proudly. "Isn't your physical body very powerful? If you have the ability, then don't dodge. Watch me blast you to death." "Hehe, don't worry. I just want to see how strong you are. Since you want to see my strength, I'll fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his aura finally increased. Golden light began to flicker around his body, and an 8-clawed golden dragon roared in the sky. Ling Xiao was now a peak earthly sovereign. Even if he did not increase his dragon-shaped battle force, his strength was already comparable to a low-level heavenly venerate. It was enough to fight Tuoba Yuan. If he used his full strength, Tuoba Yuan would not be able to withstand even a single move from him, no matter how powerful he was. Yi Futian did not want this battle to end so quickly. He wanted to see how strong Tuoba Yuan really was. Faced with Tuoba Yuan's lightning again, Ling Xiao did not dodge this time. His dragon-shaped fist met the lightning head-on. "This idiot actually dares to take my lightning head-on. He really doesn't know what's good for him," Tuoba Yuan thought to himself. He was very confident in his own strength. Even a low-level heavenly venerate would not dare to easily take this move from him. Before participating in the Imperial ranking tournament, Tuoba Yuan's strength was already enough to break through to the heavenly venerate level. However, he deliberately did not search for his own Tao. Instead, he forcibly stopped his strength at the peak earthly sovereign level. This was all so that he could seize the title of Imperial Exterminator, or even the First Arch. Tuoba Yuan felt that although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was still far from being able to fight at full strength. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to take this move from him. Rumble. That lightning did not injure Ling Xiao. Instead, it was deflected by Ling Xiao's punch. His strength is indeed not weak. If I did not strengthen the ancient sovereign divine technique, I would not be able to take it, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Your weak lightning power is only SOSO. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His entire body pounced at Tuoba Yuan, and his 12 doppelgangers surrounded Tuoba Yuan from all directions. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers were now twice as many as before. It was a dazzling sight. The Blue Sun Sect's doppelganger technique? It looks like those two idiots, Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng, have already been killed by him. Tuoba Yuan did not seem to care at all about the 12 Ling Xiao's attacks. A golden shield appeared in his hand, and layers of golden light enveloped Tuoba Yuan. Although Tuoba Yuan was not of the metal element, and could not unleash the true defensive power of this shield, a half-step sage artifact's defensive capabilities were still quite shocking even without activating spiritual power. Bang bang! As expected, the power of Ling Xiao's 12 doppelgangers slammed into the golden shield's defensive light barrier. A series of violent sounds rang out, but the power of his punch was indeed unable to break through the defensive light barrier. Hee, even if you have double the number of doppelgangers, you still won't be able to break through this defense. Tuoba Yuan laughed proudly. The purple halberd in his hand trembled slightly, and several streaks of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao's real body like snakes. Ling Xiao blocked the lightning with one hand. Your lightning is useless against me. Is that so? I was just warming up just now. Now I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be electrocuted. Tuoba Yuan laughed and leaped into the air. He raised the purple halberd high up, and a streak of lightning pierced towards the dark clouds in the sky. Rumble! A lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket was drawn down by Tuoba Yuan. The purple halberd seemed to be in line with the heavens, and from afar, it looked like a strange sight. If it was a normal person who tried to draw in the power of heaven and earth like this, they would have long been charred by the lightning. However, Tuoba Yuan was of the lightning element, and the mystic technique he cultivated required the power of lightning to be cultivated. Not only did this power not harm him, but it instead filled him with even more power. The people below were all shocked when they saw this scene, and even Ling Xiao revealed a slightly moved expression. He can actually borrow the power of heaven and earth. This Tuoba Yuan's Tenbin cultivation is not weak. It's a pity that he's up against me, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He had already secretly raised his power bit by bit, and was prepared to receive Tuoba Yuan's lightning attack. Thunder rumble and lightning flash. Tuoba Yuan shouted loudly, and the purple halberd in his hand quickly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Rumbling sounds of thunder and lightning rang out, and the power of lightning smashed towards Ling Xiao at high speed. Although Ling Xiao's speed was untraceable, the speed of the lightning attack was not any slower than his. Ling Xiao raised the ancient sovereign mystic technique to 70% defense. Dragon fists roared out one after another, and the golden fists continuously blasted away the lightning. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger faintly ached, but this pain only made Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soar even higher. Good. With the power of your lightning, even ordinary low-level heavenly venerables are no match for you. However, it's still far from enough to deal with me. Ling Xiao replied, and the ancient sovereign mystic technique's defense increased by another 10%. With 80% of the ancient sovereign mystic technique's defense, layers of multicolored dragon scales appeared on Ling Xiao's body. The golden dragon image above his head became more and more solid, and the dragon's might was fully displayed in front of everyone. Tuoba Yuan's lightning attacks seemed to have become insignificant, and they were sent flying by Ling Xiao's punches to the side. The people who followed Tuoba Yuan were all overwhelmed with shock. The leader is already very powerful, but this Ling Xiao is actually so abnormal as well. The two of them are probably much stronger than those pretentious fangirls from those big powers. That's right. I'm afraid that ordinary low-level heavenly venerables would only be defeated if they fought against them. I think they'll be able to directly advance to heavenly venerables after they leave this time. How enviable. It's a pity that Ling Xiao is destined to fall here. Who told him to be so arrogant? Gu Jiaojiao looked at the two people in battle and muttered, "These two people are really terrifying. I'm afraid that even Big Brother might not have their fighting strength." Gu Jiaojiao had always admired her big brother. Her big brother was even one of the top 100 war emperors, and he had already stepped into the honorable realm. She had originally thought that her big brother was already very amazing, but she never thought that Tuoba Yuan and Ling Zhao's strength would be so abnormal. It seemed that they were not weaker than her big brother's current strength. They were only at the Earth Emperor realm, and once they broke through to the Sky Sovereign realm, they would definitely be even more terrifying. Yi Yinfeng said with a weak tone, "Boss. Boss hasn't used his full strength yet. If Boss were to get serious, Tuoba Yuan would have died long ago." Indeed, Ling Xiao had many trump cards. As long as he fought with all his might, Tuoba Yuan would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Yi Yinfeng from the side and raised her beautiful eyes. "Why don't you have any strength left? Even if it's all used up, it shouldn't be like this, right?" Yi Yinfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I already used a secret technique just now, and now it's after the secret technique." Before he could finish speaking, he fainted. Chapter 643. The more Tuoba Yuan and Ling Xiao fought, the more intense the battle became. They fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground again. The intense purple lightning and golden light that surged out forced the surrounding people to retreat far away. "Tuoba Yuan, are you out of tricks? This bit of lightning isn't even enough to tickle me." After blocking Tuoba Yuan's lightning for a while, Ling Xiao felt that it was pointless. He didn't even move his hands, allowing the lightning to strike his body. The surrounding people were all shocked. They once again witnessed Ling Xiao's powerful physical body. It was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Tuoba Yuan's face was completely black. His lightning attacks were the strongest among those of the same cultivation level. Even if he fought someone of a higher cultivation level, he had a high chance of winning. However, against this guy with such a monstrous physical body, he felt like he had nowhere to exert his strength. "Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of the true heavenly might of lightning." Tuoba Yuan didn't want to continue playing like this. He wanted to finish Ling Xiao in one move. If this move couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, then he could only order the others to surround and attack Ling Xiao. Tuoba Yuan once again received the power of heavenly might. However, the lightning that gathered this time was even more terrifying than before. Terrifying lightning flashed continuously in the pitch-black sky. These lightning bolts were even thicker than before, and their power was even more terrifying and explosive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder and lightning was like the sound of the end of the world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Over 10 lightning bolts intersected, and all fell towards Tuoba Yuan. The power of these lightning bolts was enough to smash several mountains into dust, but Tuoba Yuan actually received them head-on. His entire body seemed to have turned into a god of lightning. Every muscle on his body became the color of purple lightning, and his purple hair also fluttered. The purple halberd in his hand flowed with powerful lightning power, and he was prepared to attack in the next moment. Tuoba Yuan's face revealed a pained expression. Clearly, it was very difficult for him to concentrate the power of lightning on his body. Now that he had finished storing up his energy, Tuoba Yuan slowly pointed the purple battle halberd in Ling Xiao's direction. "Ling Xiao, you should be proud of being able to force me to this extent." Tuoba Yuan was currently using a forbidden technique. After using this technique, he would enter a period of weakness, but in order to defeat Ling Xiao, he would not hesitate. World Annihilation Thunder Sun. Tuoba Yuan gently exhaled on his purple battle halberd, and a powerful thunder force instantly burst forth. The terrifying lightning power was like a purple sun that enveloped everything within a radius of tens of meters. The round purple sun pressed towards Ling Xiao at an unparalleled speed, and the surrounding air crackled from the purple lightning. This thunder sun seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, causing everyone to retreat continuously. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Tuoba Yuan's attack had already far exceeded the scope of their imagination. Even a mid-level heavenly venerate's all-out attack could not compare to this. Only then did they realize that the gap between them and Tuoba Yuan was too great. In their hearts, they all felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be blasted to smithereens. Ling Xiao also realized how terrifying this technique was. Perhaps even a mid-level heavenly venerate would not be able to withstand it, although it would not be a problem for him to block it with his full strength. He knew that this was Tuoba Yuan's final trump card, so there was no need for him to continue holding back. Let's stop here. Ling Xiao continued to retreat. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body rapidly surged, and a five-colored radiance replaced the original golden radiance. He raised a finger, and all the power gathered on his finger. The thin spiritual qi in the surroundings was also attracted over. Struggle on your deathbed, Tuoba Yuan shouted. He was very confident in this technique. Back then he had used this technique to kill and injure two low-level heavenly venerates at the same time. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could withstand this technique. When Lei Yang arrived in front of Ling Xiao pointed his finger at it and shouted, "Jade-breaking golden finger, break for me." Swish. Terrifying energy also burst forth from his finger, and the five-colored finger radiance collided with the thunder sun like a hot knife through butter. Rumble, rumble. In midair, the huge thunder sun seemed to cover the sky and instantly engulfed the five-colored finger radiance. Just when everyone thought that the five-colored finger radiance would be completely crushed by the thunder sun, the thunder sun exploded prematurely. At the same time, a five-colored ray of light shot through the center of the electric field and shot toward Tuoba Yuan. What? You actually broke through my thunder sun? Tuoba Yuan exclaimed. Without thinking, he immediately placed the golden shield in front of his chest to block the five-colored finger radiance. Bang! The five-colored finger radiance landed on the layers of defensive light on the golden shield, and a loud collision sound was heard. Tuoba Yuan had just used a forbidden technique. Although he had taken an elixir, his body was much weaker than before. Now that he had the golden shield to block it, his body was still sent flying by the powerful finger radiance. The golden shield flew out of his hand, and a stream of blood sprayed out in a beautiful parabola in midair. In the end, his entire body landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the thunder sun not far away also began to dissipate, and the sky became clear again. Ling Xiao flew over to the sky above Tuoba Yuan unscathed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he grabbed the golden shield and said disdainfully, "Brother Tuoba, your thunder attack is only so." Tuoba Yuan did not die. The golden shield just now was worthy of being a half-step sacred tool. It had already blocked most of the attack from Ling Xiao's broken jade finger. If not for the fact that Tuoba Yuan's attribute was incompatible with the shield, and that he was completely exhausted, the broken jade finger might not have been able to hurt him. However, after losing so thoroughly in front of so many people and being provoked by Ling Xiao, he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment, Gu Mingzhu, who was not far away, came back to her senses. She immediately shouted to the others, "Everyone, let's kill him together to vent our leader's anger." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to attack Yi Yunfeng, who had fainted at the side. However, Gu Jiaojiao immediately blocked her. More than 10 of the other 30 or so peak earthly emperors immediately charged at Ling Xiao, while the others hesitated whether they should go forward and fight with their lives on the line. After all, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed just now had already intimidated them. Furthermore, they were only allies with Tuoba Yuan. Was there a need to fight with their lives on the line? A few earthly emperors secretly glanced at each other, and actually took the initiative to escape. "Come if you want to die," Ling Xiao roared, and a powerful dragon roar rang out once again. The people who were surrounding him were all shocked to the point that they became sluggish. Ling Xiao was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He displayed the limitless doppelganger technique once again. 6 figures brandished their dragon fists and smashed them onto the heads of the earthly emperors. Bang bang. 6 heads were instantly smashed into mush by Ling Xiao. As the 6 figures returned to one, Ling Xiao already had a few more spatial rings in his hands. He coldly swept his gaze over the earthly emperors. "If you don't want to die, immediately hand over the emperor pills. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao had always felt that he was actually a good person. He didn't have any grudges with him, so he usually wouldn't bother with them. Therefore, he only wanted some emperor pills and didn't want their lives, which was already very reasonable. However, there were still some people who didn't know what was good for them. They turned around and quickly left. Who knew that the few people who had just left wouldn't even fly 100 meters before they fell from the sky without any warning? They actually died just like that. If anyone dares to escape again, I'll kill them. Ling Zhao's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, causing everyone who heard it to shiver involuntarily. When those people felt the dense killing intent that Ling Zhao was emitting, not a single one of them dared to escape by themselves. A slightly bolder Peak Earth Emperor came in front of Ling Zhao and said respectfully, Lord Ling Zhao, how about we follow you together? This way, it'll be much faster than you going to search for the Emperor pills alone. Ling Zhao waved his hand and said bluntly, cut the crap, with your lowly strength. What can you do for me? Quickly hand over the Emperor pills and scram. That earthly emperor's face flushed red, his face burning with discomfort. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a single word. With Ling Zhao's strength, they were clearly not on the same level as Ling Zhao. In the end, they could only hand over the emperor pills with drooping faces, as if their parents had died. It was also at this time that Gu Mingzhu gave up on attacking Gu Jiaojiao and flew towards Tuoba Yuan, who was not far away and had no more strength left. Forget it, I'll let you guys go. No matter what, we're allies. Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but did not chase after them. She was still quite kind-hearted. Thinking that they had interacted for a while, she actually did not go forward to stop them. However, Ling Zhao's mental power had covered a radius of a few thousand meters. Of course, he could sense that Gu Mingzhu was going to take Tuoba Yuan away. Soft-hearted. Ling Zhao sighed in his heart. After keeping all the emperor pills that the earthly emperor had handed over, he coldly snorted and said, all of you scram. Immediately after, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Gu Mingzhu, who was trying to escape. I haven't said that I'll let him go yet. Are you going to take him away just like that? Ling Zhao said indifferently. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Mingzhu was a woman, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath, and would have killed the two of them immediately. He's already injured to this extent. What else do you want? Gu Mingzhu glared at Ling Zhao. I don't want to kill a woman. Hand over the emperor pills. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Ling Zhao said faintly. Gu Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and handed over her emperor pills. Compared to her life, these emperor pills were nothing. You really don't know what's good for you, woman. Ling Zhao said with a frown. Gu Mingzhu gently bit down on her pearly white teeth again, before stuffing a pill into Tuoba Yuan's mouth to wake him up. Brother Tuoba, give him the emperor pills, Gu Mingzhu said softly to Tuoba Yuan. Tuoba Yuan found it difficult to even speak. However, he also understood the current situation. He was already thankful that Ling Zhao did not kill him and take the emperor pills. He immediately used his will to hand over the emperor pills. However, the moment he handed over the emperor pills, his purple eyes actually shot out two rays of lightning towards Ling Zhao's eyes. Chapter 644. This sudden eye attack was simply impossible to defend against. Even Ling Zhao himself did not expect Tuoba Yuan to have such a move. Gu Mingzhu, who was at the side, was also shocked by Tuoba Yuan's attack. As the distance was too short, Ling Zhao did not have the time to react. He could only immediately close his eyes and concentrate his spiritual energy on his eyes to reduce the power of the attack. Bang bang! Ling Zhao was forced back a few steps by the power of the two lightning bolts, and he could not help but let out a muffled groan. Although Ling Zhao's ancient sovereign divine technique was powerful, his eyes were indeed one of his body's weaknesses. After all, his eyes were too fragile. Now that he was temporarily defending, he did not even use 30% of his defensive power, so it was impossible for him not to be injured. Tuoba Yuan said with a vicious expression, Mingzhu, quickly kill him. Gu Mingzhu was still in shock, and when she heard Tuoba Yuan's cry, she seemed to be at a loss. Brother Tuoba, I'll bring you away. Although Gu Mingzhu saw that Ling Zhao was injured, She did not have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's defense was obvious to all. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Tuoba Yuan and flew far away. Stop. Gu Jiaojiao was also shocked by this sudden turn of events, and she immediately chased after them from afar. Unfortunately, the distance between them was not short, and it was difficult to catch up immediately. I originally wanted to let you two live, but since you two are courting death, don't blame me. Ling Xiao said faintly as he covered his eyes with one hand, and his body could not conceal the dense killing intent. Gu Mingzhu carried Tuoba Yuan and fled at top speed, but how could they be faster than Ling Xiao's formless mental power? Ling Xiao only needed a thought, and his mental power rushed out of his sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. The mental power split into two and evolved into the mystic skill that Ling Xiao used, and bombarded the two sea of consciousness. Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan did not escape more than a few hundred meters before they felt a pain in their heads. Their sea of consciousness was being attacked by countless swords. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams rang out as the two of them fell heavily from the sky. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the two people who suddenly fell down. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be a psychic attack? Gu Jiaojiao thought in shock. As an alchemist, she was quite sensitive to spiritual energy. When she saw Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan die just like that, she could not help but suspect that Ling Xiao had used spiritual energy to kill them. Otherwise, why would they fall to their deaths for no reason before she even saw Ling Xiao make a move? Did Ling Xiao know any sorcery? This was obviously impossible. The only explanation was that she had sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual power just now. If one wanted to use their mental power to kill others invisibly, one would need an extremely vast amount of mental power to do so. However, how much mental strength would it take to kill a peak earthly sovereign realm expert in an instant using mental strength? Perhaps only an alchemist who had reached the peak of the 7th rank would have such a possibility. Looking at Ling Xiao's current age, could he be a peak tier 7 alchemist? Gu Jiaojiao clearly felt that this conjecture was ridiculous. All of the peak tier 7 alchemists were influential figures from all over the world. How could they have reached this level at such a young age? Even in her family, only her great-grandfather had reached this realm. Could he be a member of the Soul Clan? Gu Jiaojiao thought to herself. After pausing for a moment, she thought, although the Soul Clan cultivates spiritual energy, their bodies are weak, and their battle prowess is not that strong. Furthermore, the Soul Clan has disappeared for many years. No, the Soul Clan's ancestral home is in the southern wasteland, which is quite close to the northwest. Ling Xiao might have some secrets that no one knows about. Gu Jiaojiao became more and more curious about Ling Xiao, but she also knew that in this situation, she would not hesitate to ask Ling Xiao about it. After all, everyone had their own secrets and privacy. She quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and asked in a tender voice, Ling Xiao, are you all right? Just now, she had seen the two purple lights that Tuoba Yuan had suddenly shot out. If it was her, she would have definitely been blinded. It was just that she did not know how badly Ling Xiao was injured. Ling Xiao covered his eyes and turned his head away. Miss Gu, please take care of Yinfeng first. I'll be fine soon. I've already told you to call me Jiao Jiao. Miss Gu, it sounds like you're treating me like an outsider. Here are some medicinal pills to clear your eyes. Take 2. Gu Jiaojiao said with a slightly annoyed expression. She then took out 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao wanted to refuse, but Gu Jiaojiao had already flown back to Yi Yunfeng's side. Ling Xiao held the pill in his hand and did not consume it. Instead, he activated the ancient emperor's divine kung fu and began to heal his eyes. Fortunately, he had closed his eyes long ago, and Tuoba Yuan was already severely injured, so he could not unleash 30 to 40% of his strength. Otherwise, his eyes would have been crippled. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt a great deal of pain. After a while, Ling Xiao was finally able to slowly open his eyes. 2 black eyes could be seen on his face. Ling Xiao raised his hand and condensed the ice attribute into an ice mirror. He looked at his own face. Damn, this young master's eyes are swollen like this. I'm going to be disfigured. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and quickly continued to use the ancient emperor's divine kung fu to remove the swelling. At the same time, he flew towards Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan's position, and collected their spatial rings. This young master was kind enough to spare your lives, but you didn't know what was good for you. However, you and I can forget about having a beautiful woman as a companion after death. Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at the dead Tuoba Yuan. He then slapped his hand with the innate Yin Wind evil qi and corroded Tuoba Yuan's corpse. As for Gu Mingzhu, Ling Xiao felt some pity. She was a beautiful woman, but he was too lazy to care about her. Since they were all enemies, death was death. After the dark circles under his eyes disappeared, Ling Xiao flew towards Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng. However, when Ling Xiao saw Yi Yinfeng fainted on the ground, he was slightly worried and asked, "Is he okay? His aura is still there, but I don't know why he suddenly fainted. Did he lose too much blood?" Gu Jiaojiao shrugged. She was surprised to see that Ling Xiao's eyes were actually fine. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not think that Yi Yinfeng had lost too much blood. It was probably a side effect of using his family's spirit ascension art. However, Ling Xiao sensed that something was wrong with Yi Yinfeng. Looking at the cold sweat on his face, it seemed like he was suffering from some kind of pain. In the past, after using the spirit ascension art, Yi Yinfeng would lose his spiritual energy for 3 days. During these 3 days, he would not have any spiritual energy, but he should not be in such pain. "That's right, Jiao Jiao. Can you tell me why Tuoba Yuan is chasing after Yinfeng?" Ling Xiao took out 2 pills and stuffed them into Yi Yinfeng's mouth before asking Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao did not hide anything and quickly told Ling Xiao about what had happened a few days ago. "That's how it is. It's no wonder that Tuoba Yuan is so angry." Gu Jiaojiao sighed. No matter who this happened to, they would probably be as furious as Tuoba Yuan. It should be known that imperial pills were difficult to find, and it was not easy to obtain a batch of imperial pills. However, someone else had picked up a ready-made pingy. How could they not be furious? Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, "It's all because of that remnant soul. It would be a waste if I didn't take it. It's just that this brat's strength is a bit lacking. He was actually forced into this state by a few small fries. He really lost this young master's face." Gu Jiaojiao did not expect Ling Xiao to be so domineering. However, when she thought about Ling Xiao's strength and the fact that he had the ability to be domineering, she felt even more respect for Ling Xiao. "Perhaps I really am not on the same level as him." Gu Jiaojiao sighed in her heart. Suddenly Ling Xiao seemed to think of something. He looked at Yi Yunfeng and muttered, "Could it be that some remnant soul is causing trouble? If that's the case, then Yunfeng is in danger." "Ling Xiao, what are you talking about?" Gu Jiaojiao couldn't quite hear what he said. "Jiaojiao, protect us. I might know what's going on with Yunfeng," Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Gu Jiaojiao nodded, and immediately flew into the air to observe her surroundings. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He quickly focused his mind and calmed down. Shortly after, wisps of soul power flowed out from his sea of consciousness and entered Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness. Gu Jiaojiao saw this scene clearly, and her expression became incomparably shocked. This can't be real, right?" Gu Jiaojiao asked in her heart. Only an emperor-ranked expert or above could have the soul leave their body, but Ling Xiao was actually able to do it. How could Gu Jiaojiao not be shocked? In fact, Ling Xiao was forced to do this. He was sure that the remnant soul was devouring Yi Yunfeng's soul. If it succeeded, then Yi Yunfeng would no longer be Yi Yunfeng. As the boss, Ling Xiao had always been the most loyal. He couldn't just watch Yi Yunfeng fall into such a situation. Therefore, he planned to enter Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness in his soul form to help him. Ling Xiao's mental strength was already quite terrifying, and soul power and mental strength were inseparable. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the soul power. Ling Xiao's mental strength had already reached the peak of an 8th-rank alchemist. Even emperor-ranked experts weren't as terrifying as his. Therefore, he could just barely transfer his soul into Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness. However, it was very dangerous. If his body was injured, then he would be finished. However, Yi Yunfeng's current state was very dangerous, so Ling Xiao couldn't afford to waste too much time. When Ling Xiao entered Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness, he actually saw that Yi Yunfeng's soul was being entangled by another fellow. It looked like the most dangerous moment was approaching. Damn, you dare to devour my little brother? You must be tired of living. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and attacked the fellow that was trying to devour Yi Yunfeng. The remnant soul hadn't expected that someone would be able to enter this place. It was already very weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yunfeng's condition was worse than its own, it definitely wouldn't have chosen to possess Yi Yunfeng at this time. Ling Xiao's soul power was very strong. The remnant soul immediately dissipated after being attacked by Ling Xiao. You. Who are you? Why are you ruining my plans? The remnant soul cried out in alarm. Ruining your plans? This young master wants your soul to scatter. Ling Xiao replied, intercepting the remnant soul and attacking it again. In a battle of soul power, only the strength of the soul mattered. Ling Xiao clearly had the upper hand. When the remnant soul was about to dissipate, Ling Xiao called out to the weakened Yi Yunfeng. Yunfeng, come over and devour it. Yes, boss. Yi Yunfeng reformed his state and pounced towards the remnant soul that was about to dissipate. Chapter 645. Ling Xiao retreated from Yi Yunfeng's knowledge sea, his face extremely pale. An out-of-body experience is really exhausting. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He had only been out of his body for a short while, but he already felt exhausted. This was much more terrifying than the consumption of spiritual power and spiritual power. Gu Jiaojiao descended from the sky, her beautiful eyes staring unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, as if she couldn't wait to strip Ling Xiao naked and see through him. Ling Xiao made a shy gesture. Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy. Haha. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but cover her small mouth and giggle. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, she couldn't believe it was the same person who had killed without mercy. Gu Jiaojiao blinked. Did your soul leave your body just now? She paused for a moment then added, don't deny it. I'm a 4th-grade alchemist, and I can feel your soul power fluctuations. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then changed the topic. I didn't expect a delicate beauty like you to be a 4th-grade alchemist. My apologies. Previously, during the minor competition, Ling Xiao had seen Gu Jiaojiao in action. She was very skilled at controlling fire, so he felt that Gu Jiaojiao might be an alchemist. Now that she had admitted it, he was a little surprised. Haha, now you know how amazing I am. Gu Jiaojiao was indeed led to another topic by Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Xiao praise her as a beauty made her feel very comfortable. Of course you are, and you're suitable to be my sister-in-law. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Gu Jiaojiao's face turned red, and she said, who wants to be your sister-in-law? He's not good enough for me in his current state. At this time, Yi Yunfeng had already regained consciousness, and he felt very uncomfortable when he heard these words. Do I have to live under the light of boss for the rest of my life? Yi Yunfeng asked in his mind. Ling Xiao sensed that Yi Yunfeng should have recovered, and immediately said, Jiaojiao, don't underestimate the potential of my brother. He is only in his early 30s now, and he will definitely break through to the heavenly venerable stage within 2 or 3 years after leaving this place. If you don't like such a man, I'm afraid it's your loss. Yi Yunfeng was touched to hear Ling Xiao praise him so highly. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you plan to do next? Gu Jiaojiao didn't want to dwell on this topic. She couldn't hide the disappointment in her heart. Everything can wait until Yunfeng recovers. Ling Xiao nodded before handing Gu Mingzhu's space ring to Gu Jiaojiao and taking out 100 emperor pills. This is your reward for saving Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't hide her excitement as she unceremoniously put away the space ring and the 100 emperor pills. She wasn't after the items in Gu Mingzhu's spatial ring. What she really wanted were the 100 monarch pills. With them, it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 100 combat emperors. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yunfeng didn't leave this place. Yi Yunfeng's injuries had also recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng, who had become much more stable. He felt that Yi Yunfeng had finally gained something after nearly a year of tempering. However, What surprised Ling Xiao was that Yi Yunfeng's eyes had become much sharper, as if he had the aura of an expert without being angry. At the same time, when he looked at Gu Jiaojiao, he had also become more confident, as if he was slowly transforming. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more satisfied he was. He thought to himself, perhaps it has something to do with devouring that remnant soul. Ling Xiao knew that devouring another person's soul would allow one to obtain the majority of the soul's memories. Yi Yunfeng had obtained the remnant soul of a pseudo-emperor. This remnant soul was definitely a genuine emperor rank existence when it was alive. A person of this level would definitely have many good inherited memories. Yi Yunfeng's future path would be much smoother. Ling Xiao gave a portion of the emperor pills to Yi Yunfeng. He believed that these emperor pills would be enough for Yi Yunfeng to enter the top 100. As for the top 10, it might be a little difficult. After all, Ling Xiao also wanted to leave a large portion of the emperor pills for him to break through to the first sovereign rank. Let's go, we still have some time. Let's find more emperor pills. Ling Xiao said and immediately flew in a certain direction. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng followed behind him. As the time to leave approached, Ling Xiao desperately searched for the resentful souls in various places, striving to obtain more emperor pills as soon as possible. Gu Jiaojiao finally saw the even more terrifying side of Ling Xiao. How could she have imagined that a single person could take away the emperor pills in the midst of resentful souls? How could she have imagined that a single person could kill and absorb the souls of those pseudo-emperors, and even emperors? If this were to spread, no one would believe that this was something that a peak earthly emperor could do, right? Along the way, Gu Jiaojiao could not help but pester Yi Yunfeng out of curiosity. She asked about Ling Xiao's background, and whether it was possible to attract Ling Xiao to her Gu clan. After many pleading questions, Yi Yunfeng finally could not help but reveal Ling Xiao's identity as a 6th-grade alchemist. This time, Gu Jiaojiao was completely shocked. Although there were many 6th-grade alchemists in the central region, this was the first time she had seen such a young one. When she had advanced to the 4th-grade alchemist, her family had praised her as a rare genius. Now, in front of this genius, the gap was simply too big. One must know that Ling Xiao was younger than her by more than 10 years. She could not help but sigh in her heart at how abnormal Ling Xiao was. Perhaps the spiritual martial hall, or the medicine sect would be tempted if they saw him. During this period, the three of them also encountered some earthly emperors who came to rob the emperor pills. This was because towards the end, all the people who were still alive would more or less have a lot of emperor pills in their hands, and robbing was the fastest source of income. This was also the highlight of this competition. What was a combat emperor? What was a killer emperor? What was the #1 martial emperor? Only after going through a lot of killing could one obtain such an honorable title. Here, whoever's fist was harder would be the one in the right. They did not care whether you were from a great power or not. As long as they obtained the emperor pills, they would do it no matter what method they used. The fate of those earthly emperors who robbed Ling Xiao and the other two could be imagined. They could only be robbed instead. This also caused the number of emperor pills Ling Xiao and the others to increase rapidly. This made Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yin unable to close their mouths. The two of them entering the top 100 combat emperors was a matter of fact. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Following Ling Xiao was undoubtedly much better than following Tuoba Yuan back then. After all, Tuoba Yuan's team had too many people, and the emperor pills that they obtained were divided among themselves, so they didn't get many. On the other hand, Ling Xiao almost always went to get the emperor pills by himself, and in the end, he even gave her a lot of shares. This made her feel that Ling Xiao was too generous. Unknowingly, there was less than a month left until they left. At this time, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was actually filled to the brim. In his sea of consciousness, other than the two strange pearls, the rest of the space was filled with pure and vast mental energy. With the current Ling Xiao's mental energy, he was probably comparable to an ordinary saint. In the future, when he reached a higher realm, there would be no problem for him to refine high-level pellets. He only needed to hone his experience. There are only 20 days left. I need to expand my sea of consciousness a little more. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the current situation. This place had the natural advantage of absorbing remnant souls to increase his mental energy, and he didn't want to let go of any chance to increase his strength. As long as he replenished his mental energy, he would definitely be able to cultivate a high-level mental energy incantation after a period of quiet cultivation, and he would have more mental energy to squander. Ling Xiao brought Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng to a place where there were no vengeful spirits roaming. After giving them some instructions, he opened a cave and entered a short period of seclusion. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao directly entered the second level of the cauldron. The cauldron spirit, Dark Light, instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Master." Ling Xiao raised his eyes, and then said calmly, "I want to exchange for 10 high-grade 6th-grade thorn snake vines." "Sure, Master. Please take out 10 high-grade 6th-grade spirit herbs for exchange." Dark Light nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao's face twitched, and after showing the 10 high-grade 6th-grade spirit herbs to Dark Light, he planted them in the spiritual field. "All right, Master, you can go and get the thorn snake vines," Dark Light replied. Ling Xiao was unhappy. "I really don't know if this cauldron belongs to me. Exchanging one for one just for a few spirit herbs, what a scam." After obtaining the thorn snake vines, Ling Xiao left the cauldron, and then swallowed a thorn snake vine. The thorn snake vine was a spirit herb that could expand one's sea of knowledge. This type of spirit herb was extremely rare, and Ling Xiao had collected spirit herbs for many years, but he didn't have any in stock. Fortunately, there were some planted in the cauldron, or else he really wouldn't know where to find them. However, most spirit herbs that could expand one's sea of knowledge would have to endure extraordinary pain after consuming them, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to endure such torment. If Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to expand his sea of knowledge, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After all, if he wasn't careful, the pain would cause great damage and impact to his sea of knowledge. When the medicinal properties of the thorn snake vine began to take effect, spirit snakes actually appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. These spirit snakes bit towards the barrier around Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. They were using this method to expand Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao only felt that his head was being bitten by thousands of insects, and the pain caused him to break out in cold sweat. Even with his amazing willpower, he still bit his lips until they bled. Ling Xiao seemed to have gone mad, and both his fists continuously bombarded the surrounding rock walls. Bang bang! He seemed to be using this method to vent the bursts of pain in his mind. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng, who were outside, heard Ling Xiao's screams, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They wanted to go in and see what was going on, but before Ling Xiao went in, he had instructed them not to go in no matter what they heard, so they stopped in their tracks. "Does Ling Xiao usually cultivate like this?" Gu Jiaojiao asked Yi Yunfeng with a puzzled expression. Yi Yunfeng shook his head and said, "No, boss isn't a masochist." Gu Jiaojiao confirmed that Yi Yunfeng's words were true, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the cave entrance not far away. She thought to herself, "He's so cruel to himself, no wonder he's so outstanding." Chapter 646. Ling Xiao painstakingly cultivated his spiritual force and used it to kill his opponents. Now he finally had a taste of the pain of his sea of consciousness being bitten. The feeling of being bitten on the head by a myriad of insects was simply so painful that it made one go crazy. Ordinary people would have already been tortured to madness by this kind of pain. However, Ling Xiao's willpower was astonishing. He forcibly endured it. His fists did not circulate any spiritual force, and continued to hit the rocks around him. Golden blood appeared on his fists. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally stopped his heart-wrenching screams. Right now, Ling Xiao's entire body was drenched and his handsome face had become incomparably pale. It was as if he had experienced a serious illness. Anyone who saw him would feel heartache. However, under his pale face, there seemed to be a faint smile. He reluctantly sat up and immediately meditated to recover his state. After a while, Ling Xiao's state had recovered a lot, and he swallowed another thorn snake vine. A new round of pain attacked him once again and crazy screams resounded in his ears. After 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao finally swallowed all 10 thorn snake vines. After the torment of his sea of consciousness, he finally got his reward. His sea of consciousness had expanded by a third of its original space. Don't underestimate this third of space. This space could accommodate 6 or 7 quasi-emperor remnant souls. After doing all this, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, and once again headed towards the danger zone with more resentful souls. However, time was tight, and he could not find more quasi-emperor remnant souls. After absorbing 2 quasi-emperor remnant souls, it was almost time to go out. In the next few days, Ling Xiao's group of 3 did not continue to search for emperor pills. Instead, they focused on recuperating from their recent exhaustion. When there were still 5 days left to go out, the sound of an intense battle attracted the attention of the 3. It seems that the closer we get to the end, the better. Ling Xiao sighed. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and said, "That's right. Resentful souls are indeed scary, but they are far from being as scary as the people around you. Even allies can become hostile at any time." "Boss, should we go and take a look?" Yi Yinfeng asked. Yi Yinfeng didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Ling Xiao revealed an evil smile and said, "I'd be a bastard if I didn't take advantage of the situation." After saying that, he took the lead and flew towards the direction of the battle. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng followed closely behind. The 3 of them arrived 1,000 meters away from the intense battle and watched the battle from afar. "They seem to be ganging up on one person?" Gu Jiaojiao said in surprise. "A dozen people ganging up on one person. That person's power must be pretty good. Why do I feel like he looks familiar?" Yi Yinfeng muttered. A green light flashed across Ling Xiao's dragon eyes, and he immediately took in the scene in the distance. "It's him," Ling Xiao said with a surprised look on his face. "Boss, who is he?" Yi Yinfeng asked. Because the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and the elemental lights kept flashing, Yi Yinfeng could not see very clearly. "Yuan Zhantian," Ling Xiao replied with a faint fighting spirit. "It's him." Yi Yinfeng was also surprised. Back then, Yuan Zhantian entered the top 10 of the minor competition with the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. He was even more famous than his boss, Ling Xiao, so Yuan Zhantian left a deep impression on Yi Yinfeng. Most importantly, Yuan Zhantian had the sacred battle ape's Tenbin magic power. This was what Yi Yinfeng could not forget. Currently, Yuan Zhantian was no longer a low-level earthly emperor, but a genuine high-level earthly emperor. He had actually jumped 2 levels in a short period of 1 year. This level of Tenbin was really unparalleled. Yuan Zhantian was besieged by a dozen earthly emperors, but he did not seem anxious at all. There was a proud look in his eyes, and the golden rod in his hand swept in all directions. Those earthly emperors were all forced into a sorry state. 2 or 3 earthly emperors were even smashed into meat patties by the golden rod. These earthly emperors were obviously forced into a panic. Many of them summoned their flying spirit beasts, and the situation became even more intense. Yuan Zhantian also gradually revealed his battle Tenbin. A huge shadow of a sacred battle ape appeared majestically in the sky above everyone. Those flying spirit beasts felt the pressure of the sacred beast, and several of them fell from the sky. Yuan Zhantian shouted in surprise. The golden rod in his hand began to grow bigger and longer, as if it had become a pillar that supported the heavens. Yuan Zhantian waved the enlarged golden rod, and it had the power to sweep away thousands of soldiers. Wherever the golden rod went, people and beasts were smashed until they vomited blood, were seriously injured, or died. The spirit weapons in their hands were directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng were shocked. Both of them were obviously frightened by Yuan Zhantian's terrifying combat strength. Ling Xiao's expression also became serious. What amazing strength! Even a heavenly venerable might not be able to block one of his rod. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to control the warlike blood in his body. The shadow of a golden dragon slowly emerged. "Boss, what are you doing?" Yi Yinfeng asked from the side. Just now they had the thought of picking up a ready-made item. Now that Yi Yinfeng had seen Yuan Zhantian's shocking strength, he no longer had any other thoughts. He just wanted to leave immediately. He did not want to be smashed into meat paste. Although his boss's combat strength was also abnormal, the name of the sacred battle ape had been famous since ancient times. Therefore, he still did not want his boss to have any conflict with Yuan Zhantian. More than 10 high-level earthly emperors and 7 or 8 flying spirit beasts were all killed by Yuan Zhantian in less than an hour. None of them survived. Naturally, their emperor elixirs were all in Yuan Zhantian's hands. Too strong. Gu Jiaojiao swallowed her saliva. Previously, when she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Tuoba Yuan, she already felt that it was earth-shattering. Now Yuan Zhantian's battle opened her eyes even more. She could not help but wonder if this was really the strength that an earthly emperor should have. Even a heavenly venerable might not have such terrifying combat strength. When Yuan Zhantian kept all the spoils, his sharp gaze shot towards Ling Xiao and the other two. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng felt their bodies and hearts tremble. They actually had stage fright. In the end, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian stared at each other. The aura on his body rose steadily. The shadow of a golden dragon roared continuously above his head. Yuan Zhantian seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's fighting spirit. The shadow of a sacred battle ape appeared above his head again. His fighting spirit was similarly high and fearless. The two of them flew towards each other at the same time. The two of them stopped about 10 meters away from each other. Their auras had already clashed, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Their auras did not relax at all. Finally, Ling Xiao said, full of fighting spirit, "How about we fight in a day's time?" "Why wait a day? I can fight with you right now." Yuan Zhantian did not back down at all. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. "I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight here at noon tomorrow." Having said that, he withdrew his aura, turned around, and left with Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng. Yuan Zhantian did not linger. He landed on the ground to recover the spiritual power he had consumed. He was not grateful for Ling Xiao's modesty. He felt that even if he did not recover his qi, he could still defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others did not go too far. They chose a quiet place to settle down. "Ling Xiao, why do you want to challenge him?" Gu Jiaojiao asked, puzzled. "That's right, boss. We are preparing to go out now. You can decide your battle with him after we get out," Yi Yinfeng said from the side. "Are you guys not confident in me?" Ling Xiao did not answer. "How could that be? I just feel that it is not appropriate for boss to fight to the death with him now," Yi Yinfeng said, a little embarrassed. He had already seen Yuan Zhantian's strength. Now that Yuan Zhantian's strength had improved greatly, there would definitely be a fierce battle between him and Ling Xiao. If they were discovered by other forces during the battle, they would be in trouble. "You don't have to worry. My battle with him is destined," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he was not as calm as he looked. He vaguely felt that his battle with Yuan Zhantian was destined to happen sooner or later. Could this be a fated battle? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng knew that it would be difficult to change Ling Xiao's mind, so they did not say anything more. Both of them were looking forward to the battle tomorrow. How intense would it be? The night passed quickly. Noon was approaching. Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yinfeng once again arrived at the agreed place. "Ling Xiao, I wish you victory." Gu Jiaojiao cheered for Ling Xiao. "Boss, I know you will win," Yi Yinfeng said firmly. Ling Xiao made a hand gesture. "Victory is certain. You guys should stay away. It would be bad if you guys get hurt." Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng did not dare to hesitate, and quietly retreated 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian and asked, "How's your condition?" Yesterday, he did not immediately start a fight with Yuan Zhantian because he saw that Yuan Zhantian was exhausted. He hoped to have a fair fight with Yuan Zhantian. He wanted to see how terrifying the sacred battling ape's power was. "Defeating you is not a problem," Yuan Zhantian replied without hesitation. Ling Xiao smiled. "That may not be the case. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why so much nonsense?" Yuan Zhantian said impatiently. "Don't you think this is too boring? Why don't we add some stakes?" Ling Xiao said unhurriedly. "Do you dare to bet 500 emperor pills?" Yuan Zhantian seemed to know what Ling Xiao was thinking and immediately shouted. "Just what I want." Ling Xiao smiled. He took out 500 emperor pills and threw them at Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng. Yuan Zhantian also threw 500 emperor pills at them, seemingly not worried that they would run away with them. At the same time, both of their auras finally erupted at this moment. Come on, let me fight to my heart's content today. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. As you wish. Yuan Zhantian replied heroically. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 647. The chaotic war abyss was a desolate and bleak land, and a chilly wind blew past without stopping. Two dignified warriors stood in the wind, their robes fluttering in the wind, their expressions solemn. 1,000 meters away from them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman watched from afar. The battle hasn't even started, and I can already feel the terrifying aura. I'm afraid they're even stronger than the leaders of the major forces. The beautiful woman with dimples sighed. I don't know about Yuan Zhantian, but boss is definitely stronger than them, the young man said firmly. Others might not know about Ling Xiao's trump card, but it was impossible for him not to know. That formless attack that could kill without a trace. Even among the celestial master ranks, no one was a match for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had improved greatly, he might not even be afraid of an emperor rank expert. That's not entirely true. As far as I know, the two from the Martial Spirit Court and the Black Demon Sect are definitely no weaker than them. The leaders of the other major forces might be a notch weaker, the beautiful woman replied. The disciples trained by the Martial Spirit Court and the Black Demon Sect were certainly extraordinary, so she believed that the two in front of her were on par with the two in front of her. What she did not know was that the Devil's Son had been scared off by Ling Xiao not long ago. The young man pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. At this time, the battle between the two not far away finally started. The golden dragon roared and the holy ape cried. Roar! Roar! The two did not move, but the shadows above them had already started fighting. The golden dragon's figure flipped and swept, and the holy ape attacked agilely. Both of them displayed their magical powers, fighting to their heart's content. Die! Yuan Zhantian suddenly burst forth with a strong killing intent. His whole body soared into the air, the golden staff in his hand smashing toward Ling Xiao's head. His speed was no less than that of a wind attribute warrior. A fiery long sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. This fiery sword was the sacred flaming sword from the Four Dried Corpses cave. Ling Xiao did not use his golden dragon spear, but he did not mean to look down on Yuan Zhantian. He just did not want to rely on his weapon to win. In fact, he had no choice but to use the fire attribute sword. After all, the Ice and Fire sword was only a rank 7 intermediate spiritual weapon. It would not be able to withstand Yuan Zhantian's golden rod. Ling Xiao raised his sword above his head to block Yuan Zhantian's golden rod. Ding! The weapons collided and created a large amount of sparks. Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed into the ground, and he quickly fell down. Ling Xiao felt a faint pain coming from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. He exclaimed in his heart, "What a powerful brute force!" However, before Ling Xiao's figure could settle down, Yuan Zhantian had already charged at him again. The golden rods attacked Ling Xiao from all directions, as if they wanted to smash him into a meat patty. Ling Xiao's reaction speed was very fast, but he could only parry the attacks. However, Ling Xiao's warlike and hot-blooded heart was gradually boiling. Ling Xiao's combat power grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, he increased his combat power by 5 times. The sacred flaming sword in his hand continuously clashed with the golden rod. Ling Xiao gradually broke away from his passive defense. What a powerful force! What a fast speed! This is an opponent that I, Ling Xiao, should take seriously. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The flaming sword in his hand released countless sword chi. Sword Overlord Technique, First Form, Sword Scar. The terrifying fiery sword scar tore through the sky, and the sword light slashed towards Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not seem to expect Ling Xiao to be able to fight with him for so long. A ferocious look flashed across his cold face. The golden rod in his hand kept spinning like a golden wheel, incessantly blasting away the sweeping sword chi. However, Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity and surrounded Yuan Zhantian with an endless stream of fiery sword qi. Let's see how long you can last. Ling Xiao sneered. Yuan Zhantian's spiritual energy was much denser than others of the same level. Since he had a large amount of spiritual energy to use, he planned to exhaust Yuan Zhantian to death. However, Ling Xiao's plan seemed to be a little inappropriate. Yuan Zhantian was actually getting stronger as the battle went on. It was as if Yuan Zhantian had an endless supply of energy. Not only could he blast away his fiery sword qi, but he could also exert pressure on Ling Xiao's counterattack. The tyrannical counterforce made Ling Xiao's palms numb. Since your brute force is stronger than others, I will use gentleness to break toughness. Ling Xiao secretly thought of a countermeasure. Sword Overlord Technique, second move, Sword Cloud. The originally overbearing and fierce sword qi suddenly became lingering and melodious. Like water and clouds, the sword qi surrounded Yuan Zhantian and attacked him. The sword qi seemed to be able to constantly change its speed and attack direction, making it difficult for others to grasp. As Ling Xiao's strength continued to increase, the Sword Overlord technique became even more powerful in his hands. Yuan Zhantian seemed to have sensed the difficulty of this move, and his expression finally changed slightly. Fighting Heaven Staff, second move, staff in all directions. Countless rod shadows formed a defensive iron bucket, dispelling the incoming sword qi. Many rod shadows even broke through the sword qi and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Bang! Bang! Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yinfeng, who were watching the fierce battle from afar, were mesmerized. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian's strength had already far surpassed those of the same level. The battle between them was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. The more the two fought, the more ferocious they became. Powerful elemental attacks rippled out continuously, and terrifying explosions rang out in all directions. Not far away from them, many earthly sovereigns who had already given up on searching for the Emperor Elixir and were waiting to leave felt the two powerful energy waves. Who is fighting? What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid even a low-level heavenly venerable is no better than this. Such powerful attacks. Could it be a battle between the leaders of the major forces? In a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, there is bound to be a casualty. It seems like there is a ready-made piece for us to pick up. There is still a good show to watch before we leave. Let's see who is making such a big fuss. Swish. One by one, powerful figures rushed over from the surroundings. These earthly sovereigns were the ones who had survived the chaotic abyss of war. Among them, a few major forces had also arrived. Oh no, why are they here? What if they try to snatch the Emperor Elixir? Gu Jiaojiao exclaimed worriedly when she felt the approaching auras. Don't be afraid, Jiaojiao. They won't dare to do anything. Yi Yinfeng comforted her, but he was actually quite worried. After a while, 200 to 300 earthly sovereigns had gathered in the surroundings. They stared intently at the two people in the middle of the battle, and their expressions became one of shock. It's that Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian were both low-level earthly emperors, and many people remembered their names. I never thought that the two of them would already be high-level earthly emperors. They must have had some fortuitous encounters. Another person exclaimed. This trip was not in vain. Based on the two of them, they must have obtained a lot of Emperor elixirs. Many people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth began to have ideas about the two of them. Didn't you see their strength? If you want to die, go and rob them. I'm afraid you won't even know what happened. Big brother. That's Ling Xiao, he didn't die. He didn't die. In another direction, a valiant woman wearing an exquisite energy guard armor pulled a handsome young man beside her and cried out in surprise. Her words were quite excited. The handsome young man smiled faintly and said, Big brother saw it, little sister. Don't be so excited. This young man and woman were the Gu siblings, and behind them were the earthly sovereigns of the Gu clan. There were obviously 2 or 3 people missing, and it seemed that things did not go smoothly in the past year. Beside the brother and sister, there was an extremely charming woman who spoke up. Little sister Gu, have you developed feelings for brother Ling? Big sister is so envious. The one who spoke was the leader of the Bu clan, Bu Qing. Her Bu clan had even fewer people, with only 6 of them left. As soon as she said this, Gu Xiaohe's face revealed some shyness, but she nodded directly and said, "He saved me several times, it's normal for me to like him." Gu Xiaohe was straightforward and was not afraid to admit it. Bu Qing laughed and then sighed. Unfortunately, he is already the son-in-law of the Feng clan. Is little sister willing to be his concubine? Not only did Gu Xiaohe not get angry, but she also said confidently, "As long as I have his heart, he will give up on other women. Besides, the Gu clan is not inferior to the Feng clan." Gu Yufei shook his head as he listened. He knew that his little sister was a little willful, but once she decided on something, it was hard to change her mind. He was afraid that this matter would cause another headache. As more and more people came, the 2 people fighting seemed to have noticed something. However, they did not care too much about it. After all, in their eyes, these people were not a threat at all. "Brother Yuan, be careful, I'm going to increase my attack." Ling Xiao reminded and fought with Yuan Zhantian. After retreating 100 meters, he quickly swung the flying flame sword in his hand and waves of fire spiritual qi gathered towards him. Yuan Zhantian shook his golden rod and shouted, "Come on, no matter how strong you are, you will be the one to lose in the end." After Ling Xiao finished gathering his energy, a terrifying fire light flickered around his body. The surrounding space seemed to have been burned by the flames, and the flying flame sword in Ling Xiao's hand moved faster and faster, making it difficult for people to see where the sword shadows were. Limitless Doppelganger Art. 24 Doppelgangers. Sword Overlord Technique. Third Sword Fusion Sword. Tyrant Cloud Sword. Ling Xiao used his 2 strongest moves at the same time. 24 doppelgangers charged at Yuan Zhantian from different directions. The fire swords in their hands emitted a frightening fire elemental sword qi. The sword qi was fast and swift, domineering, yet it did not lose the ability to combine hardness and softness. 24 sword strikes at the same time, countless sword qi filled the air. These sword qi seemed to want to cut the world into pieces before they were satisfied. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. Cold sweat began to drip down their backs. They could feel the terrifying killing sword qi. They could not help but imagine that if they were to face this move, they would be cut into countless pieces by the sword qi. In the distance, a black figure shot over like the wind. He stopped and looked at the scene in a daze. He said to himself in a cold voice, "Kid, your strength is not bad. However, I will repay you 10 times over for injuring me." Chapter 648. Ling Zhao's 24 clones used the 4th form of the sword tyrant technique at the same time. For a moment, the world was enveloped by a terrifying fire-type sword qi, as if the world was about to be sliced into countless pieces. Yuan Zhantian, who was within the sword qi, was drowned in it. What a frightening clone technique! What a frightening sword technique! Is this really a technique from the earthly sovereign? I'm afraid even a heavenly sovereign can only run away from this move. This guy is too abnormal. With his strength alone, he can fight against a dozen of us at the same time. No wonder he had the strength to challenge the medicine gate. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the attacks of the 24 clones. Even the outstanding talents of the major powers that had arrived were visibly moved. "Big brother, can you take this move?" Gu Xiaohe asked with reverence in her eyes. Gu Yufei smiled bitterly and replied, "I can take it, but what?" Gu Xiaohe asked. "But even if I don't die, I'll be heavily injured. This guy is too abnormal. This attack is at least at the level of a mid-stage heavenly sovereign," Gu Yufei said. Bu Qing revealed a solemn expression. "That's right. He's probably using a half-step divine artifact. Even if I have the holy light barrier, I'm afraid I won't be able to take this move. This Ling Xiao is really strong." She didn't know why, but her heart was moved. Perhaps this was the kind of worship that beauties had for heroes. As expected of the man that I, Gu Xiaohe, have taken a fancy to. Gu Xiaohe seemed to have already decided on Ling Xiao, causing people to exclaim shamelessly in front of everyone. It was just that no one paid attention to her exclamation. On the other side were the people from the Dongfang family. Dong Fengxiong's tower-like body was like a crane in a flock of chickens no matter where he went. The charming woman standing beside him was especially disproportionate to him. This woman was his cousin Dong Fengjing. Big brother, can you block this move with your bolder divine art? Dong Fengjing's phoenix eyes flashed as she asked. Dong Fengxiong replied in a loud and clear voice, just relying on the bolder divine art won't be enough to block the attack of a half-step holy artifact. If you add that defensive half-step holy artifact, it won't be difficult to block it, but it's inevitable that you'll suffer some injuries. Then can you beat him if you fight him? Dong Fengjing asked with interest. Dong Fengxiong stared at the sky and finally said, 50-50. This handsome man is really not bad. Dong Fengjing pointed at her jade lips and chuckled. Dong Fengxiong looked at his arrogant cousin with some surprise. He thought to himself, could it be that this brat can really move little Jing? Surrounded by Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers, Yuan Zhantian's expression turned serious. However, he did not show any signs of anxiety. Layers of golden armor appeared around his body. This armor was very similar to the sacred battle ape's skin. It must be a powerful form of defense. At the same time, the golden rod in his hand spun continuously. His fists gradually increased, from the original pair of hands to 2 pairs, 3 pairs finally. Countless pairs of hands appeared around him, spinning the golden rod. The golden rod continuously swept away the powerful sword qi. A very powerful move, but it's still far from being able to defeat me. Yuan Zhantian's eyes revealed a scarlet color. After muttering to himself, he roared in shock. He had begun his counterattack. Fighting Heaven Rod third form, sweeping shadow swift spin. The golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand swept out countless spinning circles. These golden spinning circles were like sharp weapons that not only rippled away the sword qi, but also blasted towards Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers. However, even though there were many golden spinning circles, it was impossible for all of them to blast away Ling Zhao's pervasive sword qi. Yuan Zhantian's body already had many sword wounds, but these sword wounds only tore his clothes and did not hurt his flesh. The sword qi was vast and mighty. The golden rod showed its might. The golden dragon roared, and the sacred ape cried. For a moment, the surrounding air was shaken to the point that not a single bit was left. The rocks below were blasted into countless deep pits by the splashing energy. Stone chips flew everywhere. Many of the earthly sovereigns who were watching hurriedly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers were finally blasted away by the golden rod. Only his real body charged towards Yuan Zhantian's throat. Before the sharp sword qi reached Yuan Zhantian already felt suffocated. Yuan Zhantian did not expect that all the attacks he had blocked were from the doppelgangers. The real killing blow was from Ling Zhao's real body. Faced with this swift sword, there was no way for him to avoid it. Roar! Yuan Zhantian roared at the sky just before the tip of the sword pierced his throat. Golden light flashed continuously, and his thick armor became more solid. At this moment, he seemed to have become a real sacred battling ape. His combat power increased rapidly, and his powerful aura caused even Ling Xiao to look askance. Your battle prowess has increased very quickly, but you're still going to lose. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and the flaming sword once again sped up. Ding! The flaming sword had indeed pierced Yuan Zhantian's throat. However, it was as if the tip of the sword had pierced an extremely hard metal. A metallic sound rang out, and the tip of the sword had only penetrated a third of Yuan Zhantian's armor. At most, it had only touched the skin of his throat. It did not cause any harm to him. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed again. They all knew that Ling Zhao's body was unparalleled, but when they saw Yuan Zhantian's body, it was even more shocking. Yuan Zhantian could even block a half-grade sacred weapon. Could it be that he had really cultivated the sacred battling ape golden body? However, they did not have time to think too much. Their eyes were glued to the following changes without blinking. Ling Zhao's attack did not succeed, and he was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to retreat, an ominous feeling came over him. Not good. Yuan Zhantian's scarlet eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. The golden rod in his hand was infused with 10% of his strength and smashed onto the flaming sword. Ding! Another metallic sound rang out, and sparks flew. The flaming sword had actually been smashed into two by the golden rod. The flaming sword was a half-grade sacred weapon. It had actually been smashed into two just like that. Yuan Zhantian's golden rod was definitely a true sacred weapon. Ling Xiao already knew that Yuan Zhantian would definitely retaliate in a frenzy, but he could not retreat immediately. He could only use his other palm to ruthlessly slap Yuan Zhantian. His palm did hit, but what followed next was tragic for him. "You're going to lose," Yuan Zhantian roared, and the golden rod in his hand smashed mercilessly toward Ling Xiao's body. Fighting Heaven Rod Fourth Form, Myriad Rod Dance. Countless golden rods suddenly appeared, and dense rod shadows smashed toward Ling Xiao's body. These rod shadows were like tornadoes, trapping Ling Xiao and smashing toward Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. From afar, everyone could only see a golden storm of rod shadows. No one could see what was happening to Ling Xiao. However, they all knew that Ling Xiao was probably going to lose. Faced with such a close distance, and the golden rod was a sacred weapon, even if his body was made of metal, he would still be smashed into a pulp. "Boss!" Yi Yunfeng clenched his fist and shouted. He wanted to rush forward to help Ling Xiao, but he knew that his boss was too proud to let anyone interfere with his battle. Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Xiaohe, and Bu Qing's expressions changed slightly. None of them expected that Ling Xiao, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, would suddenly be unable to fight back. That person seems to be Yuan Zhantian. I didn't expect his strength to reach the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. And his combat strength is even more terrifying. I heard that he advanced to the top 1000 competition with an absolute advantage as a low-level earthly sovereign. Now that I've seen him in this battle, it seems that he has obtained the inheritance of the sacred battling ape. This young man is really lucky. That's right. I'm afraid that he will have a place in the sacred level in the future. With his sacred battling ape's battle strength, I'm afraid he will have a chance to meet the 4 legendary warriors. That's true, but I wonder if he will die young. The surrounding earthly sovereigns started discussing again, and they looked at Yuan Zhantian with awe. All of them were arrogant and unruly. To be able to make them submit, Yuan Zhantian was indeed worthy of being one of the imperial exterminators. Bang! In the end, the golden rod smashed heavily on Ling Xiao's waist, and Ling Xiao fell from the sky like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. The rocks on the ground were sent flying, and a deep pit was formed in the ground. Ling Xiao fell to the ground, not knowing if he was dead or alive. "Ling Xiao!" Gu Xiaohe shouted, and was about to fly in the direction of Ling Xiao. Gu Yufei reached out and pulled Gu Xiaohe back, saying, "Don't get involved in this. If Ling Xiao doesn't lose, his reputation will be ruined, and you will lose the chance to pursue him forever." Gu Xiaohe bit her lips, and her face was full of worry. She knew that her brother was right, but she did not take a step forward in the end. "Don't worry, little sister Gu. Maybe he hasn't lost yet," Bu Qing said calmly as she looked at the place where Ling Xiao had landed. In another direction, Dongfeng Xiong was tongue-tied. This Yuan Zhantian's body is comparable to a divine instrument. This person is too scary. Dongfeng Jing nodded repeatedly. His body has become a sage. He can be considered a different kind of sage. It's a pity, his appearance is a little lacking. Yuan Zhantian was covered in armor, and his appearance seemed to have become like a sacred battle ape. It was true that women did not like him very much. Yuan Zhantian breathed lightly, and his expression did not relax at all as he stared at the ground and murmured, "Lost? It shouldn't be so easy." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering dragon roar rang out from underground. Roar! An 8-clawed golden dragon broke out of the ground. Its 100-meter-long body shone with golden light, dazzling the surroundings, and the dragon's roar traveled thousands of miles. A figure seemed to be stepping on the dragon's back as it slowly rose up. This figure was handsome and dignified, overflowing with dragon chi. From afar, he looked like an ancient god of war, giving people the urge to kneel down. Chapter 649. A slender figure stood on top of the dragon's head. His entire body was covered in golden blood. Not only did the blood not look hideous or disgusting, but it complemented the golden radiance he was emitting, making him look elegant and graceful. The golden radiance flickered endlessly. The wounds caused by the golden rod and the twisted joints were constantly mending themselves. It was a very strange and surprising sight. The surrounding people were amazed to see that Ling Xiao was still alive after being smashed by the sacred weapon. Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe looked at the golden radiance and the powerful dragon silhouette on Ling Xiao's body, and their faces were filled with shock. Big brother, isn't that the Vajra 5 transformation technique that we cultivate? Gu Xiaohe pointed at Ling Xiao and exclaimed in shock. Gu Yufei's expression turned solemn. That's right, from the looks of it, he should have mastered it. How did he get his hands on the Vajra 5 transformation technique? Our ancestor once said that this technique only belongs to our Gu family, and has never been passed on to outsiders. Could it be that it was passed down after that incident 100 years ago? Gu Xiaohe guessed. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this. Gu Yufei stared at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists. Look. Isn't that the golden dragon spear I left behind? It's actually in his hands. Gu Xiaohe exclaimed with joy. Gu Yufei frowned and did not say anything else. He was secretly worried that Ling Xiao would not hand over the golden dragon spear so easily. After all, it was a sacred weapon. Brother Yuan, you hit me so hard. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said faintly, but it feels better this way. Having been in the world for so long, this was the first time Ling Xiao was in such a sorry state in a fight against someone of the same level. Yuan Zhantian's combat power and defense were not any weaker than his. This made Ling Xiao even more eager to fight. At this moment, Ling Xiao was constantly recovering his wounds, using the ancient emperor's immortal skill. His battle strength had increased from 5 times to 20 times. His dragon-shaped battle chi had increased in all aspects. His whole body was covered with colorful dragon scale armor. The 8-clawed golden dragon above his head became more and more solid, showing the majesty of an emperor. Ling Xiao's broken sacred soaring fire sword had been replaced by the golden dragon spear. This was the perfect fighting form for Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao said that, he waved the golden dragon spear in his hand. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art First Move. Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. The 8-clawed golden dragon seemed to descend from the sky, roaring in the sky. The dragon's body churned endlessly, as if it wanted to turn the world upside down before it could be satisfied. Yuan Zhantian had already realized the terror of this move. He no longer hid his strength, and his whole body began to change. At this moment, his body was no longer the simple defensive armor of a sacred battle ape. Instead, his whole body began to transform, changing from a human to a half-human half-ape. His golden fur stood up, emitting a strong glow. His body suddenly grew taller by 3 inches, and all his muscles turned into those of an ape. Only his face remained human, but his scarlet eyes and terrifying fangs gave people a feeling of fear. The surrounding people were in an uproar again. They did not expect Yuan Zhantian to have such a mysterious tenbin. Could it be that Yuan Zhantian was originally a descendant of a sacred battle ape? Question marks kept jumping in the minds of the crowd, but no matter how they thought about it, they were sure that Yuan Zhantian and the sacred battle ape were closely related. Just as the golden dragon smashed down, Yuan Zhantian had already completed his transformation. The golden rod in his hand had also grown to the size of a pillar. Compared to its original tiny appearance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He roared and smashed the golden rod at the golden dragon. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful moves collided, producing a terrifying reverberating sound. Although Yuan Zhantian managed to block this move, he was still sent flying dozens of meters away by Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's combat power was increased by 20 times, he could even fight a high-level heavenly venerate. His brute force was no weaker than Yuan Zhantian's. If not for Yuan Zhantian's strange transformation, Ling Xiao would have seriously injured him. However, Ling Xiao would not let this matter rest after just one move. He took ethereal steps and swept towards Yuan Zhantian like the wind. The golden dragon spear technique in his hand danced again. Small golden dragons circled around the tip of the spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique, second move, dancing with the dragons. 8 miniature golden dragons rushed out from Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear at the same time. Their ferocious roars gave off an even greater pressure than that of the huge golden dragon. These 8 golden dragons seemed to be alive. They actually split up and pounced from different directions. It looked as though they were dancing together and roaring. Yuan Zhantian did not dare to be careless in the face of these 8 golden dragons. He held the golden rod with both hands and swung it. Fighting Heaven Rod Technique, fifth move, sweeping the world. This was a move that used brute force to break thousands of kilograms. It was simple and effective. The huge golden rod swept towards the 8 golden dragons, immediately causing them to scatter. However, the sound of their explosions also sent Yuan Zhantian flying a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that even someone as strong as Yuan Zhantian could withstand Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Roar! Yuan Zhantian roared. He raised the huge golden rod and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength had increased, he would not compete with Yuan Zhantian in brute force. He raised his speed to the extreme and circled behind Yuan Zhantian. Once again, he smashed a powerful move towards Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's reaction speed was not slow at all. He instantly turned around to face the attack. Rumble, rumble. The two of them continued to fight in midair. The terrifying sound waves from their battle caused the surroundings to tremble. Those frightening golden rays of light kept splashing out, causing the ground to be riddled with holes. The golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand grew larger. Although he could still wield it freely, the range of its adaptability had also become rougher. Ling Xiao took advantage of Yuan Zhantian's weakness. The golden dragon spear struck the left side of Yuan Zhantian's abdomen. The golden dragon spear was not a half-tier sage artifact. It was a pinnacle sage artifact. No matter how thick Yuan Zhantian's flesh was, it still left a bloody hole in him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to increase his strength to stab Yuan Zhantian deeper into his body, Yuan Zhantian grabbed the golden dragon spear with one hand and swept the golden rod with the other. He was actually exchanging moves. Ling Xiao could not dodge, and was hit in the left arm by the golden rod. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ling Xiao's left arm was broken by the rod. Ling Xiao's defense had already reached the level of a half-tier sage artifact. In addition, his combat power had increased by 20 times, making his defense even more monstrous. Who would have thought that it could not withstand a blow from the enlarged golden rod? This golden rod and the golden dragon spear were both pinnacle sage artifacts. Enduring the pain, Ling Xiao spun the golden dragon spear with his right hand, and used all his strength to pull out the golden dragon spear. Yuan Zhantian's side abdomen immediately bled profusely. However, this did not make Yuan Zhantian feel fear or retreat. The killing intent in his eyes intensified, and the golden rod shone even more dazzlingly. Fighting Heaven Rod sixth form, falling stars. The huge golden rod was like a falling star in the firmament. That terrifying power came crashing down with unparalleled speed. Here, the power of each staff strike was enough to destroy a mountain, and it could even split open the earth. Although one of Ling Xiao's hands was injured, his combat power was still vigorous. He held the golden dragon spear and stabbed at the falling stars. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art third form. Coiling dragon rising to the heavens. A huge golden dragon seemed to have escaped from its shackles. The power that had been suppressed for a long time burst forth at this moment. The huge dragon body smashed into the stars, causing them to fly everywhere. The golden dragon was not completely exhausted by the rod stars. The huge dragon's mouth bit down on Yuan Zhantian's body, as if it wanted to devour him. However, it was still unable to block the final sweep of the golden rod, and disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he retreated a few hundred meters, and used the ancient divine skill to quickly heal the injury on his arm. He thought to himself, "This Yuan Zhantian is really a formidable opponent. It seems that I, Ling Xiao, will not be lonely in this life." Not only did Ling Xiao have this thought, but Yuan Zhantian also tasted Ling Xiao's power. When Ling Xiao's arm recovered, The wound on Yuan Zhantian's side abdomen had strangely healed and stopped bleeding. It had to be said that the bodies of these two people were like demons. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They looked at the two of them with complicated expressions, but more than that, they were filled with reverence. The female earthly emperors were all attracted by Ling Xiao's charm. If not for the fact that Yuan Zhantian's appearance was not attractive, his charm would not be inferior to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Let's settle this in one move. Yuan Zhantian pointed his golden rod at Ling Xiao and said faintly. It was unknown if it was because of his transformation, but his voice had become as sharp and ear-piercing as an ape's. Ling Xiao took a light breath and smiled. That's what I was thinking. Then let's settle this in one move. The two of them were almost exhausted. The battle had already lasted for a day and a night. As more and more people came, the two of them also lost their patience. The moment to decide the winner had arrived. The surrounding spiritual qi surged towards the two of them, forming a huge storm. The whistling sound of the wind rang in everyone's ears. Everyone could feel the spiritual qi around them rapidly flowing away. In the end, they could no longer feel the spiritual qi around them. Are these two guys still human? The spiritual qi is all being absorbed by them. This is too scary. Are they going to decide the winner? I wonder who will be the winner in the end. I think it must be that Yuan Zhantian. That guy has already achieved the sacred battling ape golden body, and even mutated. His strength and body are not something that Ling Xiao can compare with. That's hard to say. That Ling Xiao's strength is also quite terrifying, and he is so handsome. With my support, he will definitely win. Chapter 650. Little Sister Xian, isn't that Ling Xiao? The people of the Feng clan also came from another direction. A charming woman pointed at Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of gathering his energy, and asked the elegant woman next to her in surprise. Sister Yaxin, I saw him. The quiet and elegant woman replied. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the handsome figure. Her gaze was filled with deep affection. These two ladies were Feng Yaxin and Ji Beixin from the Feng clan. Someone else's battle shadow house. It's actually a sacred battle ape. How is this possible? Feng Wuying, who was holding a wine pot, exclaimed in surprise. Sacred battle apes were famous for their powerful combat prowess. Their combat prowess was comparable to that of a divine beast. Sacred battle apes were extremely rare. One might not even appear in tens of thousands of years. Today, Yuan Zhantian's body was infinitely close to that of a sacred battle ape. Anyone who saw him would be shocked. It really is a sacred battle ape. It seems that Ling Xiao has met his match. Feng Yaxin said with interest. However, Ji Beixin was extremely determined. Xiao, he will definitely win. Her love and admiration for Ling Xiao was not something that others could understand. No matter how strong the opponent was, she believed that Ling Xiao would be able to handle it. This was an absolute power of faith. Feng Wuying drank a mouthful of wine and chuckled. I almost missed such a good show. In another direction, another group of people appeared without a sound. This group of people was actually the 10 people from the martial spirit court. The young man in the linen robe who seemed to be out of place with the other 9 people. But his presence made the 10 of them feel like they were following the trend of the times. It was as if the spirit of the 10 of them was exceptionally different with his presence. His kind smile always seemed to give people a warm feeling, and his simple and crude clothes made people feel that he was like the boy next door, without any arrogance or haughtiness. This person was the leader of the martial spirit court, Wu Bufan. He was only 28 years old this year, and had never taken any medicinal pills. He relied on his own hard work to become strong. What a powerful aura. Junior brother Wu. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Someone behind Wu Bufan asked Wu Bufan with a slightly respectful tone. Wu Bufan's eyes flickered with intense battle intent, but he didn't answer the man's question. Instead, he murmured, Good fellow, I've finally found 2 decent opponents. I, Wu Bufan, won't be lonely anymore. The people behind him were stunned when they heard Wu Bufan's words. Then they looked at the 2 people not far away with serious expressions. They knew what Wu Bufan's words meant. Even if they were the most outstanding disciples of the martial spirit pavilion, they weren't worthy to be their junior brother's opponent. However, these two people in front of them were recognized by their junior brother. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. At this moment, the two of them had finished gathering their strength. Yuan Zhantian's half-human, half-ape appearance became extremely fierce and ferocious. His appearance was very close to that of a sacred battle ape. The sacred battle ape on top of his head seemed to have materialized, and was constantly roaring. Its soaring desire to fight seemed to want to tear the sky apart. The golden rod in his hand flashed with metallic spiritual energy. The radiance of the golden rod was so bright that people did not dare to look at it directly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was covered in glazed dragon scale armor. That mighty and handsome appearance could kill any woman in a second. That noble temperament of a king made people want to worship him. His figure was elegant and agile. Holding the golden dragon spear in his hand, a group of golden dragon shadows constantly roared and swam around the spear's body. The 20-fold combat strength was raised to the most perfect state. The huge, 8-clawed golden dragon stared at him as if it was alive. The terrifying dragon roar shook thousands of miles. Suddenly, the two of them roared at the same time. They attacked at the same time. The golden rod was brandished, and the dragon spear shone. The 7th move of the fighting heaven staff, heaven-breaking earth-shattering. The 5th move of the tyrant dragon spear, heaven-ripping tyrant dragon. The sacred battle ape held the powerful golden rod, as if it was going to pierce the sky. The shining golden rod was like a collapsing pillar, making people feel a vast and unparalleled energy smashing down. It was as if the sky was going to be pierced, and the ground was going to be completely cracked. The sacred battle ape seemed like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. It would only be satisfied after destroying everything. At the same time, the 8-clawed golden dragon was like the overlord of dragons, displaying the supreme divine might of a divine beast. Its powerful dragon claws seemed to be tearing the sky apart. The world seemed to have lost its color because of its existence. It was as if it was the overlord of this world, and no one could control its will and thoughts. The ape and the dragon continued to fight in the sky. The powerful energy caused everyone to retreat even further. The falling energy smashed into the ground, forming a deep pit. The surrounding air had already been blasted into nothingness. The world seemed to have become a vacuum. Rumble, rumble. A series of incessant sounds shook everyone's hearts, causing them to become extremely nervous. They all wanted to know who was the most powerful existence among those in the same realm. Who was stronger and who was weaker? What terrifying energy! Are these two still human? This move has probably reached the energy attack of a high-level celestial venerable. This is too abnormal. Do these two fellows want to kill us as well? I didn't expect to see such an exciting battle. These two are qualified to enter the top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors. It's not impossible for them to become the first imperial emperor. Unfortunately, one of them is destined to fall. Ling Xiao will be fine. A few people who knew Ling Xiao prayed in their hearts. The two of them continued fighting for a very long time. It was as if they had inexhaustible spiritual energy. After 2 hours, the ape and the dragon gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The large golden light screen finally dissipated. The two figures fell heavily in 2 different directions at the same time. Bang! Bang! The surrounding people were dumbfounded. No one went forward to check what happened. They were all waiting to see who won and who lost. Cough cough. A cough rang out, and everyone's gaze turned to the source of the sound. The one who stood up was Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian was covered in blood, as if he had become a bloody man. The hideous scars on his body were a ghastly sight to behold. He panted heavily, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Xiao can't have lost. Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Boss lost. Yi Yinfeng muttered, smacking his lips. That seems to be the truth. Gu Jiaojiao nodded her head and replied sluggishly. This is impossible. Even the emperor-level remnant soul could not trap him. How could he have lost? Gu Xiaohe shook his head and said with a sobbing tone. The few people who knew Ling Xiao found it hard to accept this fact. Ling Xiao's invincible figure had long been deeply imprinted in their minds. Now the first to stand up was not Ling Xiao, but Yuan Zhantian. The outcome seemed to have been decided. However, just as they were about to fly towards Ling Xiao, something unexpected happened. Yuan Zhantian, who had stood up, closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in front of him. On the other side, Ling Xiao got up at this moment. His condition was no better than Yuan Zhantian's. The clothes on his upper body were completely destroyed, and several parts of his healthy body were dented. However, the golden blood continued to seep out, giving off a strange aura. Ling Xiao straightened his body and wiped the golden blood from the corner of his eyes. As he panted, he smiled proudly and said, "Haha, brother Yuan. Can you still fight? I still have a lot of strength left." The people around them couldn't wrap their heads around this scene. With great difficulty, Ling Xiao walked towards Yuan Zhantian, who was not far away. The injuries on his body were constantly healing. Small golden dragons swam around his body, and his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Yufei, who was not far away, exclaimed, "This is definitely the realm of the Vajra 5 transformations. This healing speed. Even the ancestors recorded in the ancestral clan's records cannot be this fast. Could it be that he obtained the emperor-level inheritance? Otherwise." Gu Xiaohe guessed. Gu Yufei's expression turned ugly. He said, "I know. The cave we broke into previously belonged to the original owner of the Golden Dragon Spear. Our ancestor was also the one who obtained the Vajra 5 transformations and the Golden Dragon Spear. It seems that Ling Xiao really obtained a great opportunity." For some reason, Gu Yufei was both jealous and envious of Ling Xiao. They had cultivated the Vajra 5 transformations since they were young, but after reaching the realm of the third transformation, it was difficult for them to advance to the next transformation. Now, Ling Xiao had surpassed them in the blink of an eye. This made him very unhappy, especially when he saw Ling Xiao fighting with his family's Golden Dragon Spear. "I must get the Golden Dragon Spear back," Gu Yufei thought to himself. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Yuan Zhantian and was looking down at him. The Golden Dragon Spear in his hand was pointed at Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's tiger eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he also knew who won and who lost. He closed his eyes because Ling Xiao had dealt with him. However, he did not feel Ling Xiao attacking him. At this time he heard Ling Xiao's voice. "Brother Yuan, you have lost." Yuan Zhantian opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Ling Xiao did not kill him. Ling Xiao grinned. "To have such an opponent in this life, I, Ling Xiao, have no regrets, haha." Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. He turned around and walked back to where Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao were. However, at this time, an extremely fast figure sprang out from a corner. That speed was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. In an instant, it appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A black broadsword was aimed at Ling Xiao's head. "Kid, hand over your life." The black figure roared with a sinister smile. The sharp black broadsword emitted a thick dark light. At the same time, it reeked of blood, making people feel disgusted. Chapter 651. This sudden scene caused the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. No one had expected that someone would take the opportunity to sneak up on Ling Xiao. This person's behavior was too despicable. However, they were also wondering if the other party wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian and seize their emperor elixirs and divine tools. After all, the temptation of divine tools was something that even an emperor-level expert would go crazy over. "Xiao boss." A few voices rang out from different directions. Several figures flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The black broadsword carried an incomparably powerful energy as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's back was facing the sneak attacker. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was probably doomed. After all, Ling Xiao was already seriously injured. It would be extremely difficult for him to dodge this attack. However, just as the broadsword was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, a green energy suddenly circled from Ling Xiao's front to his back and shot towards the sneak attacker. The sneak attacker did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a counterattack. If he were to forcefully slash at Ling Xiao, his face would probably be hit by that thing. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he twisted his body and slashed his broadsword at the green energy that was flying towards him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. An arrow was cut in half and fell to the side. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to fly more than 10 meters away. He immediately turned around and looked at the sneak attacker. "So it's you." Ling Xiao sneered. "Boy, do you still remember me? You've killed 9 people of my black demon sect. Today, I'll kill you and refine your soul until you die." The person who had launched the sneak attack was the new generation of Black Demon Sect's Devil Son. Before this, Ling Xiao had killed 9 Earth Sovereigns of the Black Demon Sect. The Devil Son had fled early, not daring to confront Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Ling Xiao. However, the Devil Son was a little strange at this time. His strong blood energy seemed to have just come out of a pool of blood. It was disgusting. "You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Ling Xiao said contemptuously. A few pills appeared in his hand, and he immediately threw them into his mouth. The strong blood energy in his body surged, and his muscles recovered at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how fast his recovery speed was, it was inevitable that he would return to his peak in a short period of time. After all, the battle with Yuan Zhantian had consumed 70 to 80% of his energy. If it were not for his solid foundation, and the large number of blood crystals he had absorbed before, as well as the defense and recovery power of the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's dragon scale armor, he would not have the strength to stand up again. If you were at your peak, I might be a little afraid. But now you go to hell, the Devil's Son said gloomily. The big knife in his hand once again slashed at Ling Xiao. The black knife light split into 4 and slashed at Ling Xiao from 4 different directions. As the leader of the Black Demon Sect, the Devil's Son had a half-step holy knife in his hand. These 4 knives were comparable to the attack of a low-level celestial master. With Ling Xiao's current state, it was very difficult for him to block them. Ling Xiao's mental strength had already surged out crazily. At this moment he would not use his mental strength attack like when he fought against Yuan Zhantian. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength attack, which was almost perfect every time, was ineffective. It was as if the mental strength attack was immediately isolated by something when it entered the Devil's Son's sea of consciousness. The mental strength did not cause any damage to the Devil's Son. Just as Ling Xiao was stunned, the Devil's Son's 4 black knife lights had already slashed down. Ling Xiao barely lifted the golden dragon spear and swept it over, blocking the 4 black knife lights. Poof! Ling Xiao could only use 20% of his strength to fight against the Devil's Son, who was at his peak. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying dozens of meters away. His seriously injured body was like adding snow to snow. The Devil's Son sneered and continued to attack Ling Xiao. Ding dong ding dong. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a zither rang out not far away. The beautiful and pleasant sound of the zither was intoxicating. However, the sound of the zither contained a dense killing intent. A woman held a zither in one hand, and stroked the zither with the other. Her slender and fair fingers were constantly playing on the zither. "It's not that easy to kill my husband." This woman was none other than Ji Beixin. Her perfect face was filled with a strong murderous intent. The sound of the zither turned into countless sword blades that carried the Kane Yin Wind evil chi, and stabbed towards the Devil's Son. Ji Beixin was already a mid-level earthly emperor before entering the chaos abyss of war. Now her strength had increased by another level, reaching the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. Coupled with the power of the Kane Yin Wind evil chi, her sound wave attack was definitely a terrifying long-range attack. The Devil's Son had no choice but to turn around and smash the sound wave sword blades into pieces. However, the strong corrosive power of the Kane Yin Wind evil chi shocked him. He actually managed to cultivate the Kane Yin Wind evil chi. The Devil's Son exclaimed as his expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, a huge golden spear shadow came smashing towards him from above. "Despicable bastard, how dare you sneak attack my boss? I'll kill you." Yi Yunfeng's furious attack was still not inferior to the strength of a half-honorable. The Devil's Son didn't dodge. He held his saber horizontally above his head and blocked Yi Yunfeng's attack. On the other side, a sharp golden spearhead stabbed towards his abdomen. Before the spearhead arrived, the sharp tip of the spear had already made the Devil's Son feel fear. Ding! A black shield appeared in the Demon Son's other hand, blocking the incoming golden spear. The sound of the zither rang out, and the dark wave sword blades attacked again. The Devil's Son was surrounded by the spear shadows from above and on the sides. However, the encirclement from 3 sides wasn't enough to keep him here. The Devil's Son shouted and his aura instantly exploded. He bounced up from where he was and broke free from the encirclement. Little bastard, I'll let you off today. Once we get out of the chaos abyss of war, I'll make you wish you were dead. The Devil's Son knew that killing Ling Xiao had become much more difficult, and there were many earthly sovereigns eyeing him covetously. He didn't kill Ling Xiao forcefully. Instead, he let out arrogant words and chose to retreat immediately. You want to leave just like that? You've underestimated me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had gotten a buffer, sneered and pointed a finger at the Devil's Son who was escaping. Unique energy return, jade-splitting golden finger. Swoosh. A 5-colored finger radiance charged towards the Devil's Son, along with Ling Xiao's remaining energy. The energy attack of this finger was not inferior to a low-level Heavenly Venerable's attack. In the eyes of the other earthly sovereigns, it was unbelievable that Ling Xiao still had such a powerful combat ability. However, they didn't know that the full power of Ling Xiao's jade-splitting golden finger was several times more powerful than this finger. The Devil's Son felt a gust of wind at the back of his head as he sensed danger approaching. Without thinking, he used his black shield to block the attack. Rumble. The powerful energy hit the shield. The shield blocked the energy, but the Devil's Son was also sent flying more than 10 meters away. Very good. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. When we get out of the chaos abyss of war, I'll take your dog life. The demonic son let out a loud roar and sped up to escape thousands of meters away. In the end, he disappeared into the horizon. Many greedy earthly sovereign realm cultivators in the surroundings saw that the demonic son had been forced to retreat just like that. They suppressed their desire to make a move and did not dare to snatch it from Ling Xiao. However, Yuan Zhantian became their target. Ling Xiao sensed the greed of these people and wanted to go to Yuan Zhantian's side to intimidate him. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zhantian stood up again. He grabbed the golden rod and scanned the people around him with his scarlet eyes. Finally, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, I'll definitely defeat you next time. With that, he dragged his injured body and flew away in a certain direction. His speed was much slower than before, but he still insisted on leaving. It was unknown if he was brave, or if he had a way to escape. Ling Xiao sensed Yuan Zhantian's arrogance and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. He only replied loudly, Take care, Brother Yuan. I hope you won't disappoint me the next time we meet. As expected, when Yuan Zhantian left, many earthly sovereigns immediately followed him. They obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. Ling Xiao, are you alright? Gu Xiaohe stealthily landed beside Ling Xiao and asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. Ling Xiao was not used to Gu Xiaohe's concern. He immediately shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Gu Xiaohe was about to say something when Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao landed beside Ling Xiao at the same time. Boss, hurry up and meditate to recover. I'll protect you. Yi Yunfeng shouted as he stood beside Ling Xiao, guarding him with an awe-inspiring aura, holding the half-step holy weapon, the golden spear, which Ling Xiao had given him. Don't worry. Ling Xiao waved his hand and beckoned to Ji Beixin, who was holding the zither. Exiner, come here. Ji Beixin's face lit up with joy. She gracefully landed beside Ling Xiao, but her eyes unintentionally glanced at Gu Xiaohe and Gu Jiaojiao. She seemed to be a little jealous, but she didn't say anything due to her uncompetitive nature. Xiao, are you alright? Ji Beixin asked as she gently held Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao gently stroked Ji Beixin's face and smiled. I'm fine. This little injury is nothing to your husband. While he was talking, he was healing the injuries on his body, and the external injuries were gradually healing. Then can I stay and accompany you? Ji Beixin pleaded. She knew that Ling Xiao had many things to do, so she would not be too attached to Ling Xiao. However, there were only 3 days left. She wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao. Of course. You can stay with me these few days. Anyway, I haven't listened to your zither for a long time. I miss it. Ling Xiao replied sympathetically. That's great. Ji Beixin cheered happily. Gu Xiaohe, who was at the side, saw how intimate Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin were. He felt a strong jealousy in his heart. Brother Ling's combat power is really extraordinary. At this time, Gu Yufei walked over and said politely to Ling Xiao. His eyes were fixed on the golden dragon rod in Ling Xiao's hand. Chapter 652. You're too kind, Brother Gu. Ling Xiao nodded with a faint smile. He could faintly guess Gu Yufei's intentions for coming. The golden dragon spear was a peak-level saint weapon, but not everyone could use it. Only those who cultivated the ancient emperor mystic arts, or those who contained the imperial qi or dragon blood of the Kim people, could activate its dragon spirit and use it in battle. Before this, although Gu Xiaohe could use the golden dragon spear, her dragon blood was too thin, so she could only activate a limited portion of the golden dragon spear's power. She was unable to unleash its true power, let alone make the golden dragon spear recognize her as its master. Now that the golden dragon spear was in Ling Xiao's hands, and Ling Xiao had absorbed the Zhan Wangye's blood essence, making the golden dragon spear recognize him as its master would be a piece of cake. It could be said that the golden dragon spear already belonged to Ling Xiao. Unless Ling Xiao died, no one else would be able to use it even if they obtained it. With Ling Xiao's personality, would he still return something that was already in his hands? Brother Ling saved my sister and my life before, and I am extremely grateful. In the future, if Brother Ling needs anything from me, Gu Yufei, please don't hesitate to ask. Gu Yufei said gratefully, but his words sounded a little insincere. As expected, he changed the topic and said, the spear in Brother Ling's hands must be the golden dragon spear that my sister lost in the cave that day. Brother Ling should return it to my sister now, and I will thank you in advance. Gu Yufei's words were very straightforward, and he did not ask whether Ling Xiao was willing or not. What he meant was that the golden dragon spear belonged to his little sister, and he wanted Ling Xiao to immediately return the golden dragon spear. His tone was full of determination, and it looked like he wanted Ling Xiao to hand over the golden dragon spear. Otherwise, he might immediately turn against him. Big brother. Gu Xiaohe said angrily. How could she not understand her brother's meaning? However, she already liked Ling Xiao, so how could she forcefully ask for the golden dragon spear from Ling Xiao? In her opinion, it would be best to persuade Ling Xiao with kind words, and see if Ling Xiao would return the golden dragon spear. If he did not hand it over, she might think of another way, since the golden dragon spear was a sacred weapon that had been passed down in their Gu family. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed, and then he smiled. Since Brother Gu still remembers that it was Ling Xiao who saved you and your sister, then this golden dragon spear shall be my token of gratitude. We are even now. Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's expressions changed. Gu Yufei spoke in a low voice. Ling Xiao, could it be that you really intend to take possession of the golden dragon spear? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said in a sonorous voice. That day in the cave, the golden dragon spear was seized by that emperor rank soul fragment. I originally had no intention of taking the golden dragon spear, but I, Ling Xiao, was blessed. Not only did I survive, I even obtained the recognition of that emperor rank soul fragment, and received its inheritance. This golden dragon spear belonged to that senior when he was still alive, but it was seized by your clan's ancestor, Gu Yangxiu. Now that I've obtained that senior's inheritance, and the golden dragon spear has acknowledged me as its master, Brother Gu, do you want me to return my master's possession to your Gu clan? For the sake of openly taking the golden dragon spear, Ling Xiao didn't mind telling a beautiful lie. If it was at any other time, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain to Gu Yufei. In any case, if it was seized, then so be it. So long as he had the ability, then he could come and seize it back. He was just afraid that Gu Yufei didn't have the ability to do so. Now Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Gu clan, and it was only because of the connection between him cultivating the ancient emperor's divine technique. After all, the Vajra 5 transformation technique that he'd cultivated all those years ago had probably been brought out from that cave by that ancestor of the Gu clan, Gu Yangxiu. It was precisely because of this that it had fallen into the hands of his ancestor, and he'd coincidentally been able to cultivate it. This had also allowed him to avoid danger in these past few years. Because of this, Ling Xiao felt that he should give the Gu clan an explanation. If they still didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him for turning hostile. Ling Xiao, do you think that I, Gu Yufei, am a 3-year-old child? If you don't hand over the golden dragon spear today, then don't even think of leaving this place. Gu Yufei shouted furiously. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were complete lies. How could he possibly believe it? Are you siblings cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation technique? Ling Xiao didn't answer and asked instead. I haven't even asked you about this matter. Yet you still dare to provoke me. When did you steal our Gu clan secret? Gu Yufei asked with a frown. What a joke. Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, have the ability to go to your Gu clan and steal your secret to cultivate? I don't know if there's something wrong with your head, or if you don't have confidence in your Gu clan's people. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He was now very unhappy. No matter what, he had saved the Gu siblings, but he didn't expect them to turn around and scold him so rudely. This made him very disgusted. Gu Yufei was scolded by Ling Xiao until his face turned red and white, and his aura instantly soared, as if he wanted to immediately attack Ling Xiao. Ji Beixin and Yi Yinfeng immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao to protect him. At this time, Gu Xiaohe immediately said nervously, "Big brother, don't be impulsive, let's talk this out." If her big brother fought with Ling Xiao now, then wouldn't her fate with Ling Xiao end here? Gu Yufei pulled Gu Xiaohe behind him and said, "Little sister, can't you see that he wants to take our golden spear for himself? Wait until I get the golden dragon spear back. Whoever dares to touch my boss, Yi Yinfeng, will be the first to not let him off." Yi Yinfeng's aura also soared, and he stared at Gu Yufei. However, although his aura was extraordinary, there was still a certain gap between him and Gu Yufei before he used the Spirit Ascension technique. After all, Gu Yufei was the elite leader of the Gu clan. Even a jumping clown dares to be impudent in front of me, Gu Yufei. Gu Yufei lightly shouted with a disdainful expression. Immediately after, the two were about to start fighting. At this time, a few sounds of wind breaking could be heard, and a few figures landed beside Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met." Feng Wuying carried a wine pot and smiled at Ling Xiao. "I only have half my life left. How can you say that I have been well?" Ling Xiao lightly smiled. "Don't worry, with Brother Ling's tough fate, I believe you won't die young so easily. Moreover, I don't want my cousin to be a widow," Feng Wuying said as he drank a mouthful of wine. His eyes, however, were looking straight at Gu Yufei. It was obvious that the Feng clan had come to support Ling Xiao. "That's right, Ling Xiao, I don't want to see Sister Xian sad because of you," Feng Yaxin lightly said. When Gu Yufei heard the words of the two, his forehead wrinkled, and he stared at Feng Wuying and said, "Does the Feng clan really want to get involved in this mess?" If the Feng clan stood on Ling Xiao's side, then he had no choice but to take it into consideration. Can Brother Gu give me some face?" Feng Wuying said with a charming smile. As long as Ling Xiao is willing to hand over the golden dragon spear, Gu Yufei will naturally not make things difficult for him. Gu Yufei coldly snorted. When Feng Wuying was about to say something, Ling Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Gu Yufei, faintly saying, "I really didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. Since you want the golden dragon spear, then come and get it if you have the ability. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." With the buffer time, Ling Xiao's injuries had already recovered by 30 to 40%. Although this strength was a bit of a stretch against the Gu clan, it was enough for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao isn't like this. Gu Xiaohe didn't want Ling Xiao to misunderstand and was about to explain, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Gu Yufei. "Little sister, shut up. I must retrieve my Gu clan's sacred relic today. Ha, interesting. The Gu clan is really shameless. He saved your life, but you actually want to repay his kindness with ingratitude. A loud and clear voice laughed loudly. Immediately after, 9 figures landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Gu Yufei turned around to look at the person who spoke, and his pupils slightly changed as he thought to himself, Dongfang clan. So it's brother Dongfang. Please don't interfere in the matter between me and Ling Xiao. Gu Yufei replied indifferently. Although everyone was from an ancient clan, the Dongfang clan's strength was the strongest among all the ancient clans. Gu Yufei didn't know why Dongfang Xiong wanted to interfere, but he faintly felt that things were getting out of his control. After all, their Gu clan was on par with the Feng clan, but with the Dongfang clan backing up Ling Xiao, he definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. I, Dongfang Xiong, despise ungrateful people like you the most. I, Dongfang Xiong, will definitely interfere in this matter, Dongfang Xiong said faintly. Gu Yufei's expression turned ugly when he heard these words. Ling Xiao looked at Dongfang Xiong in confusion. He swore that he had never had any dealings with the Dongfang clan, so why would they help him? Just as he was about to speak, a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. A charming woman appeared beside Ling Xiao and looked him up and down. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end from her stare. He immediately hugged his chest and pretended to be afraid. Miss, what are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao's appearance, the woman laughed out loud, then stared at Ling Xiao's handsome face with her beautiful eyes and said, This miss has taken a fancy to you. Are you willing to come to my Dongfang clan and be my son-in-law? Dongfang Jing was actually even more straightforward than Gu Xiaohe, to actually speak her mind in front of so many people. This time Ling Xiao was stunned, and the expressions of the people beside him also became strange. What? You've taken a fancy to this young master? Ling Xiao asked shyly. Dongfang Jing lightly nodded her head and said, That's right, for such an outstanding man like you, only I, Dongfang Jing, am worthy of you. Ling Xiao really didn't expect this woman to be so arrogant, to actually be even more narcissistic than him. However, he had no choice but to recognize this woman. She was extremely charming and beautiful, and whether it was her appearance or figure, she was not inferior to Ji Beixin. Her flickering beautiful eyes were filled with strong self-confidence. That's right, with her beauty and background, there were countless people who pursued her, and they were all young talents from large powers. However, Dongfang Jing's requirements were not ordinary. Other than being young, she also needed to have a handsome appearance, outstanding strength, and a domineering aura that would make her submit willingly. And Ling Xiao had completely intoxicated Dongfang Jing through the battle with Yuan Zhantian just now. This was also the reason why Dongfang Xiong spoke up for Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, Ji Beixin hugged Ling Xiao's hand and looked at Dongfang Jing. He is already my husband. Chapter 653. Although Ji Beixin had a temperament that did not compete with others, how could she remain indifferent when someone else came to steal her husband? This was obviously impossible. Her words also expressed her position. Ling Xiao was her husband, and no one else could snatch him away. However, when Dongfang Jing heard this, she did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, she stared at Ling Xiao with a seductive expression and asked, Don't you think my figure is better than hers? Furthermore, my Dongfang family seems to be a bit stronger than the Feng family. I believe you should know who is your best choice, right? No one thought that Dongfang Jing would actually openly seduce Ling Xiao. The surrounding young geniuses all felt that Ling Xiao was truly lucky with women, who in the central region did not want to marry the princess of the Dongfang family. However, how many people were truly worthy of her? Now that she had taken the initiative to seduce Ling Xiao, how could Ling Xiao let go of the opportunity in front of him? After all, the Dongfang family was the head of all the aristocratic families, and was much stronger than the Feng family. At the side, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's expressions were extremely ugly. Gu Yufei was angry because Ling Xiao had the help of the Feng and Dongfang families, so he would definitely not be able to retrieve the golden dragon spear today. Gu Xiaohe, on the other hand, was angry because of Dongfang Jing's straightforward and confident personality, which was even stronger than her. Furthermore, in terms of looks, she was indeed slightly inferior to Dongfang Jing, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course, this was not the reason why Gu Xiaohe was afraid. The main reason was that the golden dragon spear in Ling Xiao's hands had become an obstacle between her and Ling Xiao. If she were to confess that she liked Ling Xiao now, her big brother would lose all face here. Ling Xiao revealed a thievish look as he sized up Dongfang Jing's enchanting figure. Only then did he realize that this girl really had the capital to be proud of. Her curvaceous body had a fatal attraction to any man, and he, Ling Xiao, was no exception. Ji Beixin, who was beside Ling Xiao, pinched the flesh on Ling Xiao's waist and said, "Xiao, if you keep looking, I'll tell big sister Yin and big sister Xia." Ling Xiao grinned and said, "Hee, I'm just looking, purely admiring, purely admiring." But his revered master was the demonic emperor, and he could not let his master's name be weak. This kind of top-quality woman had sent herself to his doorstep, and he did not want her. That would be letting himself down. "You're Miss Dongfang, right? As you can see, I'm already married. Furthermore, I, Ling Xiao, have always been very loyal to one person. Other than Xian, I only have a few wives and 2 or 3 maids. If you don't mind being a concubine, I, Ling Xiao, will naturally be a bit aggrieved and accept you." Ling Xiao revealed a reluctant expression. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed. How could they have thought that Ling Xiao would actually dare to say such words? He actually wanted the dignified princess of the Dongfang family to be his concubine. They really didn't know if he was overconfident or if there was something wrong with his head. Many Earth emperors were beating their chests in their hearts and secretly cursing Ling Xiao a million times for being too tactless. The expressions of the people from the Dongfang family all became ugly. Dongfang Jing narrowed her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. She discovered that although Ling Xiao was smiling mischievously, he had a kind of emperor's temperament. It was like a knockout drug, causing her to be intoxicated and unable to get angry. If it was anyone else, she would have immediately let them die. How could an insensible person like Miss Dongfang enter your eyes? However, you should all retreat to the side first. Once I take down Ling Xiao and take back the golden dragon spear, you will feel that this Ling Xiao is actually just ordinary, Gu Yufei said. His words actually had a double meaning. On one hand, he hoped that Dongfang Jing would be angry and no longer interfere with the matter between him and Ling Xiao. On the other hand, he hinted that he could take down Ling Xiao and prove that he, Gu Yufei, was more outstanding than Ling Xiao. It would be a lie if Gu Yufei said that he wasn't moved by such an enchanting and beautiful woman like Dongfang Jing. If the Gu family could unite by marriage with the Dongfang family, it would definitely be a happy event. Who knew that Dongfang Jing's next words would almost make Gu Yufei vomit blood? Truly a man with character. I find that I really like you a little. If you really have the ability to make me, Dongfang Jing, willingly be a concubine, I don't mind, as long as you can make the old fellow of my family shut his mouth. Dongfang Jing ignored Gu Yufei and stared at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes. The old guy from your family? This seems to be a bit difficult, Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. Dongfang Jing retorted, "Why don't you dare?" "I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? If I don't want a beauty like you, then what kind of man am I? Your Dongfang family isn't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. One day I will go there. Maybe they will let you be my concubine when they see how handsome I am." Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied heroically. Ling Xiao cared about his face. How could he show weakness in front of a woman? Moreover, he might not really be afraid of the Dongfang family in the future. Good courage. This is a real man. Dongfang Jing couldn't help but praise, and then she said, "It's just that we need to have a limit on the time. Otherwise this princess won't have the patience to wait endlessly. 10 years, within 10 years, I must make a trip to the Dongfang family. I don't want my concubine to be cuckolded by another man," Ling Xiao immediately said firmly. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she replied in a delicate voice, "Is that true?" She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. He was only at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm right now. No matter how good his Tenbin was, in another 10 years he would at most just step into the Sky Sovereign realm. Did he dare to break into her Dongfang family with just this strength? However, just from Ling Xiao's boldness, Dongfang Jing felt that Ling Xiao was very much to her liking. 10 years was nothing to cultivators, so there was no harm in agreeing to his request. Of course, I, Ling Xiao, have always been a man of my word. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. All right, let's make an oath. If you don't come to find me, I, Dongfang Jing, will definitely use the power of my family to make you have no place to hide in the central region. Dongfang Jing replied and then stretched out her soft and white palm. Just as Ling Xiao was about to receive her palm, Feng Yaxin faintly said from the side, Ling Xiao, how can you do this to Xiner? For some reason, when she saw that Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing were about to make such an agreement, she felt extremely annoyed. She believed that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would keep his word. Before this, he had already dared to barge into her Feng family. In another 10 years, he would naturally dare to barge into the Dongfang family. This originally had nothing to do with her, but she felt a faint sourness in her heart. Thinking back to Ling Xiao's arrogant attitude in the Feng family, as well as his unparalleled heroic posture in battle, Feng Yaxin's heart inexplicably felt a trace of affection. She had only mentioned Ji Beixin to express her thoughts on her behalf. She really didn't want to see Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing together like this. When Ling Xiao heard this, his palm was in midair, but he was too embarrassed to continue. Sigh, Ling Xiao, you already have so many beautiful women by your side. Now that Meng Qi's whereabouts are unknown, do you still have the mood to have any relations with other women? Ling Xiao's heart was filled with guilt. However, just as Ling Xiao was hesitating to retract his hand, Dongfang Jing's delicate hand heavily slapped onto Ling Xiao's palm. All right, if you're a man, you have to keep your word. Dongfang Jing ignored the dazed Ling Xiao and said. She then turned to look at Gu Yufei and said, he is now considered to be my Dongfang Jing's man. If your Gu family insists on dealing with him, then our family will repay you to the end. When she said this, Gu Yufei's expression suddenly changed, and the hatred in his eyes towards Ling Xiao became even more intense. Gu Yufei could not control his aura, and it rose steadily, but in the end, it was firmly suppressed by him. All right, Ling Xiao, I don't believe that they can protect you forever. When I return to the family and report to the elders, my Gu family will naturally send people to retrieve the golden dragon spear. I hope you can protect it well. Gu Yufei gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly. Then, without looking back, he pulled Gu Xiaohe and flew away. Before they left, Gu Xiaohe looked at Ling Xiao with a sad expression. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She couldn't say a word. The people of the Gu family also left with the siblings. And when the surrounding earthly kings knew that Ling Xiao was protected by the Feng family and the Dongfang family, they did not have any other thoughts and left one after another. If they did not leave now, if they were robbed by the big forces, they could only cry. Now you're happy? Excellent, let's go. We don't need to care about this playboy anymore. With your beauty, you can have all kinds of men. Feng Yaxin shouted, and then pulled Ji Beixin away. Ling Xiao did not pull Ji Beixin, and he said lightly with a guilty expression. Excellent. I'm sorry. Although in this world, as long as one was powerful enough, it was normal for a man to have a few wives and concubines, but in the spur of the moment, he had ignored Ji Beixin's feelings. Ji Beixin broke away from Feng Yaxin's hand and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Xiao, you don't need to apologize to me. It would be strange if an outstanding man like you did not attract women. But remember, no matter how many women you have, you must leave some space for Xiner, okay? I don't ask for much. I just hope that you will never forget me. Ji Beixin said very sincerely, and there was no reluctance on her face. The people around them were all touched, but most of them were envious of Ling Xiao's luck. Ji Beixin was not inferior to Dongfang Jing in any aspect, and such a woman was so devoted to Ling Xiao. If it were someone else, they would be willing to lose 100 years of their life. Feng Yaxin was angry. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. Sister Yaxin, you don't need to persuade me. You don't understand the relationship between me and Xiao. Ji Beixin shook her head. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't be in this situation today. She would have been tortured to death by the Yin Wind and evil Qi. Previously, because of Ling Xiao's help, she was able to escape from the misfortune. Her love for Ling Xiao was not something that others could understand. Exire, don't worry. You will always be in my heart, and we will live together in the future. Ling Xiao held Ji Beixin in his arms and said, You are good. When Ling Xiao belongs to me, I don't mind letting you be my concubine. Dongfeng Jing said to Ji Beixin. Women's feelings were fragile, and she was indeed touched by Ji Beixin's words. Chapter 654. Ji Beixin looked at Dongfeng Jing and said, Sister Dongfeng, to be honest, you are very beautiful, but I still have a few sisters who are not as beautiful as you. It is indeed impossible for you to become big, because this position has already been reserved. Even if you really like to laugh, you can only be a concubine like me in the future. Ji Beixin seemed to have let go of the knot in her heart, and actually spoke to Dongfeng Jing with a playful tone. Feng Yaxin, who was at the side, was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the past 3 years, she and Ji Beixin had been as close as sisters, and she knew about Ling Xiao's affairs. However, she didn't expect Ji Beixin to say that she was just a concubine. This really made her speechless. She couldn't help but ask, could it be that when you love someone to the extreme, you don't care about anything else? Gu Jiaojiao, who had been paying attention to the situation at the side, also had an unnatural expression on her face. Her thoughts towards Ling Xiao had also been completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so outstanding that even the young miss of an ancient family was willing to be a concubine, or take the initiative to pursue him. Furthermore, she was inferior to him in all aspects, so she felt a little inferior in her heart. Therefore, she also cut off that little bit of affection for Ling Xiao. Is that so? Perhaps you all have a very high position in his heart, but I, Dongfeng Jing, am confident that one day he will admit that I am big. Dongfeng Jing lightly opened her red lips and replied indifferently. Then her gaze landed on Ling Xiao and she said, Ling Xiao, remember our agreement. After saying that, she turned around and left. The people of the Dongfeng family immediately followed. Only Dongfeng Xiong came in front of Ling Xiao. He was half a head taller than Ling Xiao, and had a condescending aura. He looked down at Ling Xiao and laughed maniacally. Good brat, my cousin's standards have always been very high. It is your good fortune that she has taken a liking to you. She has never changed her mind, so don't ever let her down. Otherwise, you will be very miserable. After saying that, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder a few times and chased after Dongfeng Jing. Ling Xiao touched the pain in his shoulder and cursed inwardly. This big guy is really strong. The 1-year deadline was almost up. Ling Xiao, Yi Yinfeng, Gu Jiaojiao, and the rest of the Feng clan decided to stay put and wait for the space to open again. Taking advantage of the time, Ling Xiao wanted to spend some time with Ji Beixin. However, Ling Xiao didn't know what was wrong with Feng Yaxin. She was always with Ji Beixin, which made Ling Xiao very depressed. However, in these 2 days he had become friends with Feng Wuying. The two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength. Yi Yinfeng and Gu Jiaojiao seemed to be much closer than before. In these 2 days, although Ling Xiao did not meditate in peace, the ancient emperor's divine arts and the supreme origin Qi were constantly healing his injuries, and now he had once again returned to his peak state. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of powerful energy explosions sounded in the sky, and a visible crack gradually appeared in front of them. At this moment, all the earthly kings in the abyss of war flew towards the crack. Just as Ling Xiao and the rest were about to leave, a green light quietly appeared behind Ling Xiao and followed them out of the abyss of war. Outside the space of the abyss of war, more than 10 old men who were half emperor rank and above were already waiting for them. In less than half a day, more than 400 earthly kings who survived appeared. The only old man who had reached the emperor rank glanced at everyone and said, Everyone will go to the ruined city to inspect your harvest and decide the ranking. No one had any objections, and all of them flew towards the nearby ruined city at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Old man, why did you come back?" An old voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Young friend, your resentment is not small. Could it be that you don't want to see this old man?" It turned out that when they left, the green light was Lu Wang. At this moment, it didn't force its way into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Instead, it was attached to Ling Xiao's clothes, and no one else could sense its existence. "That's right, this young master doesn't have the time to nurture an old thing like you. You should leave," Ling Xiao replied directly. Lu Wang fell silent for a moment. "You know?" "Of course I know, but you don't owe me anything. You've already gained a lot, so I think you should find a primitive mountain range and live there. If others find out about your existence, I'm afraid I'll have to die with you," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant souls of the warlord and many half-emperor rank souls, and he had learned many secrets from their memories. He had also finally found out about Lu Wang's true origins. It was a variant tree of heaven and earth, called the Undying Tree. Everything from the immortal tree was an extremely rare top-quality elixir. The 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree fruit, and 10,000-year tree root were only a small part of its essence. However, it had the effect of bringing people back from the dead, as well as improving their physique. For a martial artist with the wood attribute, it could greatly increase the purity of their attribute. Ling Xiao's 100% purity of the wood attribute had been formed when Lu Wang had placed it in his sea of consciousness. The true essence of the undying tree lay in its undying heart. This undying heart was the essence of the undying tree. No matter who it was a rare treasure that could only be found once every 10,000 years. With it, anyone whose soul had yet to scatter could be revived, and it could even restore one's youth. Its constitution and vitality had the effect of immortality. Unless the head and heart were completely severed, it could regrow limbs without fear of injury. In addition, it could help any peak would attribute emperor rank cultivator step into the saint realm, or even allow a peak saint to enter the holy emperor realm. In terms of the grade of spirit herbs, it was already a peak 9th tier holy tree. Lu Wang was the tree spirit of the undying tree, and at the same time, it also had the undying heart. It was just that it could transform into a tree spirit. From the inherited memories, Ling Xiao knew that this kind of holy tree could only exist in an immortal land with extremely dense spiritual qi. When Lu Wang had appeared in the Illusion Valley, it had probably been injured. Otherwise, how could it have been affected by a mere second-stage illusory demon? Later on, it had rejuvenated the barren Illusion Valley with all its vitality. To it hadn't used up much energy, but it had been too lazy to deal with Ling Xiao, and wanted to reside in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea to recover its energy essence. Through all these things, Ling Xiao already understood that Lu Wang definitely had some unspeakable secret. Ling Xiao also knew that leaving Lu Wang in his knowledge sea was definitely more beneficial than harmful. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to feel like he was being used by others. Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't allow such an uneasy factor to exist. If he had the ability to capture Lu Wang and extract its undying heart, then Luo Meiying would be able to come back from the dead. However, Lu Wang was a 9th stage tree spirit. Even if it couldn't display its full strength, it wasn't something he could provoke right now. Moreover, Lu Wang had helped him quite a bit over the years, so he couldn't bear to make a move against Lu Wang. That was why he had opened his mouth to drive Lu Wang away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Lu Wang heavily sighed. "Little friend, although I've been recovering in your knowledge sea, this old man has never treated you unfairly. Why must you be so heartless?" "I'm heartless? If it weren't for the fact that your strength isn't bad, this young master would have already taken your undying heart," said Ling Xiao in a very displeased manner. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Lu Wang truly didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. That pure spiritual fluid was the best medicine to purify his profound qi. Back then, he had chosen Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's enormous knowledge sea. At the time, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely weak, and he hadn't been able to harm him. Originally, he wanted to wait until his profound qi recovered before leaving. However, he had encountered the Blood Devil Spirit Tree, a tree spirit on the same level as him. Although the Blood Devil Spirit Tree was an evil tree spirit, as long as Lu Wang could absorb its essence, it would definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to evolve further. Unfortunately, the Blood Devil Spirit Tree had still managed to escape in the end. Thus, before leaving, he had no choice but to return to find Ling Xiao. However, he had sensed the existence of the Blood Devil Spirit Tree. Now that a human expert was present, he didn't act rashly. A cunning light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes as he said, "There's naturally room for negotiation, but I know that you won't agree. Thus, I think you should find someone else to nourish you. Little friend, tell me. As long as this old man can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you," said Lu Wang. After leaving Ling Xiao, it would be extremely difficult to find another person with a knowledge as vast and pure as Ling Xiao's. Moreover, Ling Xiao's opportunities were plentiful. If he followed him, he might even be able to step into that legendary realm and become an immortal existence. Thus, he had no choice but to compromise with Ling Xiao. "My requirements aren't high, just half an undying heart will do," Ling Xiao said without even thinking about it. For the past few years, he had been bitterly searching for a method to revive Luo Meiying. Only now did he know that Lu Wang's undying heart had the effect of reviving the dead. Wasn't this the peerless life-saving treasure that he had been searching for? Just half an undying heart was enough to take Lu Wang's old life. This old man definitely wouldn't be willing. Sure enough, Lu Wang flew into a rage and shouted, "Little friend, you're trying to take this old man's life. Half an undying heart won't be able to take your life. At worst, I'll let you stay in my knowledge sea for 1,000 years, and I'll also store some wood attribute spirit herbs for you to absorb. I'm sure that you'll be able to recover one day," Ling Xiao said with absolute certainty. Lu Wang sank into silence for a long time. It was likely that he was calculating the pros and cons of this matter. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He had already returned to the ruined city along with everyone else. The Emperor-level expert indifferently said, "Now we'll check the number of Emperor pills in your hands. The one with the highest number will be bestowed the title of First Emperor. The top 10 will be bestowed the title of Slaughter Emperor. And the top 100 will be bestowed the title of Battle Emperor. You can exchange your Emperor pills with us for things you need. Or we can use profound crystals to purchase them. Of course, you can also leave your Emperor pills behind. We won't force you." You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.